just waiting on Casper. Oh, here we go, he's back. Alright, sweet. So, I'm going to just find out what map these guys want to play. I think they're going to do a Kelp Mirror, so this will be fucking awesome. Alright, so let's find out what map we're going to play. Looks like we're going to have to Kelp Mirror. Alright, we're going to start off with an equal footing game. And hopefully this is just going to work straight up because we don't really ever have connection problems between the three of us. Which is always nice when that's the case. Sweet, we are underway. So I'll just swap this one over to the big screen. Wonder if I've got my colours oriented the right way today. So, down in the bottom corner we've got Coolio, Coolblade, Coolio, the Celt. He's an Englishman, but he's also Romanian, I believe. And in the top corner we've got Casper, the red Celt player, and he is Polish. So, Casper opting for his first storehouse already. Coolblade looking for the hunt. It's found it now. So Coolblade's slightly later on the hunt. He sort of didn't find it too much later, but then I think just because he must have been either concentrating on what Casper sent in the chat, asking about the stream, or just looking elsewhere on the map, he was a little bit slow on taking it. Casper's already got his barracks up. Coolblade is a little bit behind on his wood total. He didn't actually rally a worker or two over there. He had 4 or 5 on berries, I believe, at once. And he sent all forward to try and get the quickest storehouse to try and make up for the time. Which sort of did pan out well for him, I think. But in saying that, he did sort of need to get that earlier wood, I think, possibly, because this barracks is quite delayed now. So it's going to be interesting to see how he manages to respond from here. But likewise, Casper is in no better position really to take his second storehouse. So it's not as though it's really cost Coolblade a lot in terms of economy or position. Is the stream working? Yep, cool. So the stream's all underway. And we're in for a cracker of an evening, or an afternoon for most of you people in Europe and Middle East and whatnot. Or for the Americans, I suppose they're all just getting out of bed. Here in Oceania, it's pretty late at night already. So, we got Coolblade having his second storehouse, Casper doing the same, both of them taking it towards the rear of their bases. Obviously, still sort of within TC range, because they want to try and get that protective cover, as well as try and delay the early spears. Casper's already got 2 on the way. Coolblade is first, is just in queue at the moment, so in terms of the villager counts, it is... Ooh, Casper's actually down by 1 villager. So perhaps he's just lulled a little bit in terms of his economy. A little bit lower in terms of his food, whereas Coolblade is well ahead on terms of his food economy and has multiple spears in production already. So Casper hasn't actually seen the hunt, has he? Oops, wrong player. So Casper hasn't actually seen the hunt at this stage. So he'll be looking around for it and doing what little harass he can to the scout, but trying to keep his spears away from his opponents and try and keep away from the town centre. So just patrolling around. Coolblade hadn't opted for that front hunt, so good on him. Both players taking their 3 houses because Celts, they've got to get 3 houses as well as get a lot of food behind this to actually age up from here. So Coolblade has a nice number of spears to actually counter Caspers as they come in. He's got his 5th on the way and his scout there as well. So he's making use of his defender's advantage pretty well. And he manages to actually get the first kill there. Definitely going to win this trade. So I'm actually just going to slow down my scroll screen a little bit. So we see the last of Casper's spears falling. Coolblade actually manages to lose 1 less in the process as well, I believe. So it's actually sent 1 up to scout. Not a bad idea, but it's actually gotten caught here, which isn't too good because now that it's been snared, it's going to die to these 2 spears probably. In the meantime, Casper is going to scout out this hunt. So that's very nice from Casper. There you go. So I've just adjusted the DPI as well, just to give you guys a bit more of a nice visual representation of the game. So Casper is taking an awful lot of stone already. Coolblade hasn't opted to get his stone just yet, so going into age 2, that's going to be very good for Casper. But in the meantime, Coolblade's actually started aging first, whereas Casper's not actually got his in queue yet. He's actually well down in terms of his food economy at this stage. He's got an awful lot of wood actually gathered, so it'll be interesting to see what he opts for now. I'm wondering if he's trying to go for a whole bunch of barracks as well when he ages or something of that nature. So he actually has cut his villager production at this stage, which isn't a healthy sign. Oh, there we go, it's back up again. Coolblade likewise isn't actually got any military in production when he really could have it. Oh, there we go, it's all in production. So this is a really nice raid here from Casper coming in on the villagers. Meanwhile, Coolblade trying to get something of his own back in Casper's base. Let's actually surrender. Try and help the game. Alright, so just surrender just to try and help the players. Casper's actually managed to deny 1 hunt. Coolblade opting to pull back with his spears at this stage. Thank you for the follow. There's still actually a lot of villagers here gathering, and there's a longsword as well here to try and mop this up quickly. But if they do manage to get that villager, it's not going to be too good for Coolblade. Oh, that's going to be a bit painful for him. I suppose he was at least trying to save the storehouse. In the meantime, Casper is relatively safe and sound back at home. Coolblade is... Coolblade's villager count is actually well down. He must have lost quite a few there actually. He's still down to only 12 villagers at the moment, so... Casper must have taken quite a number of villagers there with that raid on the hunts earlier, so right now Coolblade has quite a big force, a bigger force than Casper, but Coolblade doesn't have much of an economy to actually back this up, so he needs to play quite aggressively here, but also keep his army alive, because if he loses it all, Casper's going to be able to macro strongly behind this, so... Second barracks of Casper's being denied, as well as him cancelling the archery range to try and get another barracks behind it. He's losing all of his forward force. Coolblade doing a wonderful job at pushing him back right now. He's throwing down the range and the barracks at the back to try and keep them as best defended as possible. Casper at the moment doesn't have any aggression on Coolblade, but in saying that, Coolblade is still really playing catch up in the worker count. Casper is up by 9 workers still. But he is going to lose this forward barracks and doesn't really have much of in terms of a forward force. Maybe having the town centre and the longswordsman focus fire could probably help him out a little bit here. But Coolblade's force is thinning, and he really is only streaming longswordsman in at the moment, I believe. Can't really afford a great deal at the moment. So I think Casper's going to repel this, but it'll be interesting to see if he manages to repel a second push. Casper actually has a lot of villagers standing around not doing an awful lot when he could really be pulling a fair bit further ahead in terms of his economy to start, but despite being really pushed into at the moment. spear of Coolblade's falling, and another one's going to fall too, so probably would have been a good idea to try and rally them back with the army first. But saying that they've come in at a good time to really deny the barracks. There's just going to be enough here to deny it, I think. He's instead opting to try and pick off the long swordsman first, and keep his own force alive, and actually back off at this stage. Casper's doing a reasonable job at defending right now. Coolblade actually opting to get some more production facilities of his own. So even though he manages to lose an awful lot of workers in the early game, he's done a good job at actually pressuring his opponent in order to try and catch up. He's back up to 20 workers, but Casper is all the way up at 31 and has taken the second town centre in the process. So Casper still has quite a strong economy lead over Coolblade. Coolblade instead has opted for a much more sort of aggressive response at the moment. I suppose he really sort of had to, considering his early losses. So he is doing a wonderful job actually at pressuring his opponent off this forward hunt though. Casper is really forced to have to try and gather from the berries in his base and actually take his Picker's Gloves upgrade, but that's not too good of a engage for Coolblade there, where Casper has all of his army really just sniping all these units just rallied in. But in the meantime, Coolblade's doing a really nice job at taking out all the units on the hunt over on the left side of Casper's base. So 4 villages in total falling there, I believe. So the worker count is only a 7 lead to Casper at the moment. Coolblade doing a nice job. I think he might have actually picked off 5 there, considering the double town centre production to 1. So he would have actually been up to a 13 lead. But he's going to lose another long swordsman, and Casper has actually got some slingers behind this, where Coolblade hasn't yet introduced his archery range tech. So it's going to be an interesting composition. Casper's even introduced his Sacred Grove tech. He's got some druids in to heal his army, as well as queued up a whole bunch of Sacred Deer to actually give himself much more huntables, which are much faster to actually gather from. As you can see, there's 1.3 food per second versus 1.0 food per second before upgrades. In fact, I think berries might even be 0.9 before upgrades, because Casper actually has the upgrade, sorry. This is a really big engagement. There's an awful lot of long swordsmen versus a nice mixed composition here from Casper. I think it's going to be just enough to defend. He's doing a nice job at rallying the slingers onto the low targets of Coolblades. And Coolblade, despite having a really, really nice force of mass long swordsmen, doesn't have just enough to overwhelm the opponent here. So he's forced to try and back off and play a little bit greedier behind this, throw down the Sacred Grove of his own. He's actually opted for a second, so I think he's opting to try and get a macro one and a offensive production one, so he can keep up continual production of the Sacred Deer as well as the druids. Because Casper in the meanwhile has only got the 1, is opting to add his additional barracks now, opting to go up to the 3 barracks, 1 range, and then have the Sacred Grove as well, and introducing the armory a little bit earlier than his opponent, which could be quite nice for him if he manages to sneak in a few upgrades here. But he's a little bit low on wood, so he's going to have to hold off. There we go. So he's got scale mail already. So he's really going to try and deny the damage of the mass long swordsman composition here. So that's going to be really nice once it kicks in. Pushing back the forward storehouse there, denying the vision with that. So now he can take a nice fight without too much worry being flanked. But at the same time, Coolblade has an awful lot to defend here. And Casper, he doesn't have the long swordsman count, I don't think. Even though he's got a good number of ranged and the druid advantage, he just doesn't have quite enough, and the upgrade hasn't actually kicked in here. It's only half done at this stage, so this timing attack of his against the opponent who was a little bit behind on macro, Coolblade has done a wonderful job at defending this. He's now actually only 2 workers down, and Casper's score lead, I think, is just really only in his banked gold. And considering that he's a Celt player in an infantry matchup against another Celt, he needs to get a lot more food, and he doesn't have the food to actually spend and dump all this gold. Doesn't have a market yet either, so he's in a bit of a precarious position. He really needs to probably try and get a bit more food here, whereas Coolblade, his economy, I think, is really nicely geared at the moment. He probably needs to get a little bit more gold himself, but he's put himself in a good position now, and he's really bounced back. He's taken the score lead again. He's up in population still. Getting a few more economic upgrades of his own. Probably could do with introducing his military ones now, though. so both players are in a little bit of a stalemate at the moment. I think Coolblade might be looking at throwing down his market when he gets enough wood, and he's looking at taking an engagement now. So Casper is a little bit on the back foot at the moment. He had that nice big lead, but it's didn't sort of well defended against, so now it's no longer there, and he doesn't actually have the range advantage, so Slingers are going to do a good job at actually focusing down the Druids. Casper trying to micro it out, but it dies anyway, and there's an awful lot of long swordsmen here to defend, but Coolblade again, he just has so many long swordsmen of his own. Casper taking a third age behind this, but now he's really low on the food, and Coolblade still has a lot to keep trying to push here with, and now the attacking player does overwhelm the defender. But he is going to have to back off for the time being, just to keep everything safe, I think. Let's try and max it out again, and take another fight. Meanwhile, Casper, he's going to be a little bit slower in his third town center that he'd like to be, I think, and really making use of his H3 tech. He's not really going to have a lot of wood to actually introduce his stables with, or really expand his barracks or archery range count at the moment, whereas Coolblade, again, he's actually probably got a little bit too much stone, but he's also opting for this double armory composition as well behind all this, and he's taken his second town center. He's going to look at taking his third as soon as he ages, I think. But he is also a little bit off the gold to be able to do so. Coolblade's Age 3 upgrades, Long Swordsman Champion, Stone Saw, they're all starting to kick in now, so he's actually even able to take Goldmine now if he so chooses. Really effective tech. He's already actually introduced his market. Coolblade's actually in a little bit of a better position, I think, just because it's a bit of a longer distance, but it's also really close to his opponent's base. He probably might have been better off opting for it over here, considering the distance from his opponent's main base, whereas this is actually quite close. But in saying that, he can look at trying to secure these resources and push into Casper's base from here, so interesting to see where he goes from here. So right now, he's got a whole bunch of long swordsmen queued up, a whole bunch of them pushed up in towards his opponent's base, and Casper is going to miss them with this little flank of his own going around now in his scout. So Coolblade walling off the side section of the map before the cavalry actually come out, and he's going to try and catch a scout, but he's going to be a bit too slow. Casper in the meantime sort of realised his opponent might be doing a greedy market and has already managed to catch one of the caravans out, so Casper going to try and apply a bit of economic pressure of his own and save his own bacon, because there's a huge force of Coolblades just outside of his base, so they're having to withdraw now to save the market. So Coolblade's being a bit punished for having such a greedy market, but at the same time he's sending another force around to try and actually push Casper from another angle, but there is a large force at home to be able to defend it. Casper throwing down his third town center. Coolblade isn't an Age 3 just yet. Casper is, and is throwing down at third town center, and it's 44 to 55 workers to Coolblade's favouring, actually. I think a lot of it might be to do with the fact that he's got a lot more caravans, actually. I don't think Casper's actually got any of his own caravans just yet. So yeah, there isn't actually any caravans, and Coolblade, in the meantime, having saved the market, not quite saved the market, but he's actually denied the town center, so this is a really nice exchange for him in a sense. He can actually build that market a little bit cheaper, a little bit easier, a little bit quicker. But in saying that, Casper's able to go straight back onto the same position, and Coolblade is having to bring his army up and apply some more pressure on another angle at this stage. He hasn't got a whole lot in the bank, but he is starting to pull ahead in score. I think a lot of upgrades of his have kicked in, as well as his economic advantage and economic prowess has really started to show. He's really opened up the worker lead to 19 now, despite being on even town center numbers, and he's taking a really interesting position behind his opponent's buildings and actually forcing a lot of the workers away from the town center. And I think he's actually going to be able to take a really nice fight here, because the slingers actually aren't in too good of a position just to focus the targets, and Casper is eventually going to mop everything up, but Coolblade just backing off now. Coolblade's saying GG, I guess, but he's well ahead in score. I think he actually could be doing a lot better than he actually thinks. He's really quite panicked about this, but he's forcing Casper again off a town centre, and Casper is really having to sort of panic and scrounge for anything he can get at the moment. There's a whole bunch of workers, 5 workers queued up in the town centre, which isn't actually producing any more workers at the moment, so Coolblade's doing a good job at really crippling his opponent's economy here, and Casper hasn't even introduced his caravans just yet. Coolblade has taken his at the same time, so while Casper's really winning the fights at the moment, Coolblade, I think if he just gets another couple of production facilities and rallies here, he might be able to do it. These forward towers are probably a bit desperate though. He probably could have opted for putting them a little bit closer back down towards the Sacred Grove or behind the houses, I think, because he's not going to have the infantry to really be able to hold this just yet, so those towers aren't going to finish in time, so he just didn't have quite enough to defend there, even though he's really probably was in a better position there, I think, so I think he'll probably be kicking himself for that position he was in, and having it go by the wayside like that. He's just lost all 3 of the towers, and GG. Whoops. Casper's talking about his blessing from Vindicator, and I think both players are going to switch. Guys, I might just take a quick break myself. Alright, we are live for game 2 of Casper v Coolio. Coolblade. Oops. Where is my arena? So we got inland. So for game 2 of Casper v Coolblade, we've got Coolblade picking inland as the map. I don't know why this is back in front. So anyway, we got Casper spawning on the left side of the map as the blue Babylonian player, already taking his first hunt with his ox cart straight away. So Coolblade on the meanwhile is having to take his storehouse as the red Greek players. So there's one of the advantages of the Babylonians is having the ox cart in a sense. You start with 50 less wood than the other civs, but in saying that you can actually move the ox cart from place to place, as well as have a really good spear economy behind that regardless. And the ox carts, when they get scouted on the map, if you pull a unit away from them, you're not going to see them, unlike a storehouse, which is always going to show on the map. So if you're just blindly sending units to scout, it's far easier against every other civ. That's a really nice sheep pickup there from Casper. Coolblade is just having to continue to scout for his second hunt, and for his opponent there's actually a 5 water spawn on inland. So on inland you can get anywhere between 2 and 5 lakes, I believe. So a 5 lake spawn is quite interesting. Coolblade is sort of going to be at a bit of a disadvantage in a sense. I think Casper's sort of going to be able to use this as a bit of a macro lake going into a long game, and even in sort of like a rush game he can really use that defensively. But in saying that, Coolblade can even look at using that as sort of an aggressive play himself. So, oh sorry, flip those players around. I don't have much luck with that at the moment. So Casper, I think he's going to opt for a quick barracks behind this, actually having taken his second ox cart already as well. Coolblade in the meanwhile has already got his barracks as a Greek player. His sheep as well, having scouted out a water. I think Casper would have seen this water line as well. So both players having really scouted out the middle water, but not really scouting out the outer water, although Coolblade's going to have picked up this one over here. Casper hasn't really picked up either of the distant waters at this stage, and they are sort of more over his side of the map, so it's going to be a bit interesting to see how this one goes. They are quite heavy, actually, considering it is a 4 spawn right in the middle. Oftentimes you'll only have sort of 2 or 3. Doesn't actually leave for a lot of land for your infantry to make way across the map. In particular, cavalry might be able to make it, but infantry generally won't. So Casper sees the barracks. Hasn't seen the wood line just yet. Now he has. Seen the storehouse with the stone and wood. Coolblade, in the meantime, he's going for a scout of his opponent's base. So he has now mixed up on the barracks. Hasn't really seen much else yet of note. House. But his spears are already on the way. Doesn't really know about that just yet, I don't think, but I think you sort of guessed that it's going to be over there. So Coolblade isn't really able to apply the pressure at this point. Has his spears sort of rallied in the mid-map? Casper has some on defense already and is already taking a little bit of stone. Try and age up quite quickly, I think. But Casper instantly pulling his workers as soon as the hunt finishes, so it's really nice macro management there from him. Not giving Coolblade a chance to actually pick off anything at that hunt because the workers were instantly pulled as the hunt finished off, so sort of another benefit to being quite active in terms of your macro. So Coolblade actually is a little bit down in terms of economy, but he has got the quicker age 2 and he is getting the quicker archery range, so he's going for a nice age 2 push here, I think. The Babylonian player is going to need to get a bit to defend here. The Greek player attempting to try and scout out where the hunt is this time, so he's going to find it all the way at the back base. It's only guarded by the 2 spearmen and he's got 3 of his own. Another one in the mid-map, and now he's in the position to get long swordsmen and archers behind this, so Casper's going to have to do well to try and defend this because it's quite a distance between the hunt and the town centre here, and he's got his range on the way, but it's not going to really be up in time to do a great deal. So one worker's already going to fall, so the worker lead he's got from having the Babylonian age up as a building is already sort of whittled away at. But I think he is going to try and get the second town centre a bit faster. He's actually got a little bit more stone than he really needs at this stage, but he is probably going to try and take quick armory upgrades as well. Actually losing this early spear isn't opting to get any bearers or spearmen out either. I think he's sort of a bit flustered at the moment. He's got the food to really get a bit of a flood of bearers to try and defend here, but Coolblade is going to manage to deny him really easily off that hunt. Doing a wonderful job at sort of scouting out all the hunts over his opponent's side of the map as well. He's got a spearman just idle there. Doesn't really know much about this, I don't think. I think that was Casper that actually scouted it out, but Casper's forced to try and have to sneak this out quickly before his opponent can mass up and move in. There's a stable's actually coming out. Coolblade, so Coolblade's actually playing quite aggressively right now. Doesn't actually have the second town centre on the way at all. Still needs half the stone to get there and 2/3 the wood, so Casper's going to be much faster on the second town centre, and like I said, has already got a small villager lead of 4 over his opponent at this stage. Just considering the Babylonian advantage of being able to build workers out of the town centre while they're aging up, because they age up off the ziggurat and then continue to get their ages out of the ziggurat. So both players have actually got a bit of a lull in terms of their worker production. Coolblade's actually housed at this stage. I don't think he realises. Yeah, he doesn't actually. Now he's finally got some houses in production, but that's going to be a bit slow because he's only got the single worker actually building them. So Coolblade does actually. I don't think he's seen the town centre just yet. No, he hasn't actually seen the town centre just yet, and he is going to already be taking fire from it. So I'm going to find out about it just as it's already there to defend. So that's sort of bad luck for Coolblade at the moment, and he hasn't actually got any workers in production because he's only just come off being housed and he's trying to save his army. So it's a little bit flustered at the moment, I think. He really probably needs to try and opt for a dock, spend some of the wood, as well as get the early... Yeah, maybe get the early town centre first and then go for a dock straight after that. Forward town centre is quite a really aggressive play, but I think he's going to try and really secure both of these lakes, because if he can do so, I think he's going to really try and apply the pressure to Casper from here. Deny this gold, deny the gold up here, deny the hunt up here, and really can sort of force Casper back into this corner where he's going to have very little of the map to actually gather from. Casper's forced to sort of scout out every potential thing up on top, because this Babylonian, he's at least sort of has the ability to pull all the carts back and forth. So Coolblade in a really nice position here. He's got this big forward force despite being a bit slower on that town centre and losing a bit more than he really could have, and Not really getting as much as he could have in terms of that early force, but this is a good position for him to be in. But Casper, in the meantime, has also opted to introduce the Lancers, which is a good idea if he can manage to afford it. He needs to get a bit more food. Probably could do with throwing down a couple of gardens because it's basically infinite food regeneration. So it's just always good to have a whole bunch of gardens out to save yourself on needing workers to actually gather all the food. What's this? A dock. So Coolblade opting for the early dock play. Whereas Casper throwing down 4 gardens at once. It's probably not very efficient. He's really worth getting a villager on each and trying to build them all up at once, because it's going to take quite a while for them all to be constructed now. Interesting use of the Sari to actually try and force a couple of villagers to garrison. So he is going to save it on time. And equally quick cavalry as the cavalry chasing them right now. Sort of putting Casper on the back foot, having to garrison a couple of villagers and not really paying much attention to the fact that that's going to take a lot longer to build than what could be. And this is an interesting armory placement, because once it's up, it's going to be nice vision for the villagers back here, but at the same time, it's really easy position for it to be sniped, so it's a bit of a double-edged sword having it in that spot. So meanwhile, he's doing a good job at securing that hump with the scout, but Casper's also circling the water, and he's going to try and pick something out the back of Coolblade's base at the moment, so it'll be interesting to see if he manages to get something out of this. Oh, he's not going to see it. He doesn't see it. So he doesn't manage to actually see the worker throw down the market, but he's going to be able to interrupt any of the caravans coming from it, because I think they're going to rally into the line of sight. So this could be interesting. Meantime, Casper knows he's got to try and get something with these Lancers, and he's unaware about that, so he's going to try and pick something off this side. He sees the waller, so he's going to try and kill off the walling villager. Be able to keep securing more aggressive pressure from around the back of the map. So that's a good worker garrison there, but at the same time it's also a lot of workers off the berries, so let's reshuffle elsewhere on the map. And in the meantime, another 7 villagers having a garrison, another couple falling as well, so Coolio sort of having to scramble with his spear defense at the moment. He had them sort of awkwardly positioned with the rest of his army away from anything to defend them with. So Casper is having to distance gather these so Coolblade is probably seeing this and thinking, what the hell is going on? So those cavalry forced to try and retreat. One of them did fall in the end, but not before getting a couple of villager kills. And Coolblade, he's going to have to try and make something work here, I think. He's got a whole bunch of Saris though, and he can really try and pick these villagers off. There's a big bunch of Lancers sneaking around from the other side of the map too, but there's a wall up there in time. Really interesting wall off, really nice wall off. He probably could do with another house or a little bit of wall there as well. A couple of sheep scouted there by Casper as well in the meantime with that Lancer patrol. They don't manage to see anything up here at the top of the map. In the meantime, they're going to come back and try and pick off Coolblade's scout, I think. So yes, they are all going to rally onto Coolblade's scout and try and pick it off in the meantime, but he's going to rally it back. He does have the healing on it, so he can try and kite with it, but I think he is just going to lose it. He's going to get the quicker age 3 actually, so Coolblade, I think he's in a slightly better spot in terms of macro. He's only down by a villager. Does actually have the dock at this stage, so he is slightly ahead in terms of economy. Does have the slightly quicker age 3. Although he doesn't actually have the stone for the third town center, so that's going to be a bit costly. A little bit behind his opponent. And saying that, I think he is spending a little bit better. Casper has a lot in the bank. Coolblade is really only down in terms of score because of that, I think. I think they're probably roughly even in terms of upgrades. at the moment. So, in fact, Coolblade, where is your armory there? So Coolblade is actually ahead in terms of his upgrades. He's already got his merely defensive upgrade 1 for all his units, so it's going to be quite a useful upgrade considering it's going to affect the lancers, all the infantry, basically everything except the range units of Casper's. So Caspar opting for double market, double caravan production at the back of his base. Coolblade actually walling up on the backside of his base as well. Coolblade's got a nice area of his base, but Casper's really looking at expanding up to the top side of this map now, I think. The cavalry is sort of pre-preparation. He's making sure his opponent's not taking anything up here, and now that he knows he's not, I think he's going to look at securing stuff himself, and this is interesting use of the sheep really to try and keep that passage scouted, because any units that are going to be rallied around here probably going to brush straight up through that pass, so having it right there would probably be optimal. So we've got a couple of Saris heading in for a raid from the Greek player onto the Babylonians, so they are going to not be able to slip through past the army. You know, they rally back around the other side, but they are going to clip because of the wall. He doesn't know about the wall just yet, but he's going to find out. Ooh. So Coolblade's only just going to find out about the wall now. And he's sort of denied in a sense. He's going to have to try and find another passage to go around, or just apply a bit of pressure to it and then back out. So in the meantime, he's coming in on his opponent's third town centre as well. He's going to get a whole bunch of villages here, I think, or at least force a garrison. I don't know if Coolblade actually realised he had the town centre there. So he rallied straight past it on the workers that are all at the hunt at this stage. Put in a Sari as well to do a bit of damage, but it's just going to fall, I think. There's a whole bunch of archers here to try and chip away the workers, but they can't really reach. And this infantry force just isn't really enough, considering the lancers are pretty much their direct counter. And in the meantime, Caspar, he's sort of thinking about going in. He is going to go in. He's going to manage to clear that wall quite fast, actually, because the lancers are going to do a reasonable amount of damage to it compared to the ranged cavalry or the bowmen or the Toxotes of the Greek player. But this is a really nice mass of Prodromos right now to really try and wipe out any cavalry from the Babylonian player, who in the meantime is transitioning to getting some mounted archers himself. So both players looking at trying to deny any use of cavalry with their own. There's a good amount of spears here to try and mop this up, but the Lancers are going to get a good amount of intel on his opponent's base, what is or isn't here at the moment. So he's going to get a couple of villages pick-offs, but I don't think it's going to be anything too serious this stage of the game. He really only manages to get the 2 there, so things have really started to settle down going into the mid-game right now. So both players only have put a little bit of pressure on one another, but now they're sort of macroing up. Coolblade, though, is starting to fall behind in terms of his food economy. Caspar has a little bit more in terms of his bank, but a little bit less gold as well. A few more upgrades on the way in his production, but he was originally behind on those. I think he has actually caught up now over Coolblade, or they are roughly even. So going into a fairly even mid-game, both players just sort of maxing out their armies. Coolblade a little bit down in terms of his army, but wow, Coolblade actually is well ahead in terms of his worker production. Caspar really starting to suffer in terms of his worker production. He's got a big army instead, so it's going to be quite interesting. This to be big 140 push. He really could get the third age. I don't think he realizes he's actually 20 population short of where he could be at the moment. Could throw down another 4 houses. Nice use of the trireme, but he really needs to pull it back, otherwise he's going to lose it. It's going to be extremely strong against ranged and against infantry here, but when it's pulled up against the shore, it's really weak against the cavalry, relatively. So it's going to be an interesting fight here. Not a lot of room to maneuver here between these two rivers, and Coolblade actually does have the water advantage, but the trireme actually falls, so there's still quite a big force here from the Greek player, and Coolio's population is really only just staying ahead of Casper's, and Casper's got a lot in the queue at the moment. So most of Coolblade's army's actually fallen. And this third town center, the really a little bit greedy town center, is actually really under-defended here. And now I think there's a GG called here from Coolblade. He's noticing he's really starting to dip behind in terms of the score. So GG. It's a really neck and neck sort of game, that one. It was a really nice one to cast. But Casper really fell behind in terms of his work production, but then just really all-in his opponent, more or less. Really big fighting force. Just sent through the middle. Nice number of bearers. Nice number of spearmen. Nice number of lancers. Good amount of mixed archers. So he just used everything in the Babylonian arsenal and threw it at Coolblade. He just picked up the desk and threw it at his mate. So GG, guys. Alright, so next up I think we've got Caben versus Casper. Alright, now I'm going to invite Caben and we're going to get series number 2 underway today. Alright, so we got Caben versus Casper for game 1 of their best of 3 series. Oops. A bit crooked. I'm just going to see what map the guys want to play at this stage of the game for the opening. You open with the show matches if they've sort of just got a suggestion, and then I'll let the loser pick. I'm gonna pick Bandit Canyon. Bugger it. So for game 1 of Caben v Casper, we're gonna play Bandit Canyon. So we're underway. The Series 2, Game 1 of the Week 7 of the 2019 show matches. So spawning in the top right hand corner of the map, or top right hand side of the map, not really the corner, we've got Casper, the red kelp player. And down in the bottom left side of the map, we've got Caben as the blue Greek player. So Caben opting to get some early wood. Casper's actually opting to put all of his villages on the wood at the moment. It'll be interesting to see how the players go about this map, because it's a very, very interesting map. Actually had a restart called from Casper, so Casper's actually opted to restart for his game 1. Alright, so we're back underway. Sorry about that, a little delay. So in the top right side, we've got Casper as the red kelp player. And in the bottom left side, we've got Caben as the blue Greek player. So both players looking to try and secure their first hunt, which is generally in a bit of a strange spot here on the low ground. Not quite as easy it is to find on most other maps. So Caben's actually managing to find his right now. Casper has just seen a deer now himself as well, so they are going to be able to take it. Caben's actually opting to take all of his workers except for one over there. Casper he's only just sending a worker now. So Casper has managed to sneak in a quick barracks in amongst all of this. He's going to be a little bit slower on getting his storehouse up. A little bit slower on that first initial spear as it pops out, but he's actually going to get the barracks up a little bit faster. He might actually get the food in time, considering he's going to have all the villagers here to get the storehouse finished. And he's taken a lot of villagers up here. He's actually got 5, where his opponent's only got the 4 on the food. But the Greek player is going to have to look at getting some gold as well, so not sure where Casper's scouts got to. Oh, here we go. He's going to have to try and find a second hunt, I think, to back this up. Which he has found now. Casper said he hates this map. Too bad. I love it. No, honestly, I like it though. It's a really cheesy, really fun map to play sometimes. Yep, just need to make sure I was in game and not accidentally still stuck on the other screen, so it's a good sign. Casper's already getting his first spear out, but Caben as well is sending his to his hunt, so both players in sort of the same spot at the moment. Caben trying to send a spear in to try and scout as well, but he's going to have to be careful. Might have to kill those wolves as well. Casper's actually got a couple of spears himself. Not a great deal going on at the moment. Caben will just be reinforcing his spear count. Casper doing the same. And trying to pick off his opponent's scout, but not really managing to get much out of it. Just take a little bit of damage on both spears. So, if it means a hit's worth of damage, sometimes it can actually be worth it. Oh, that's a bit of a misplay with the scout running it into the spears. So there's a good number of spears of Caben's here to defend against the spearmen, the Caspers. There's only 2 coming in. They've actually taken a bit of damage off the wolf. He's taken about 35 damage there. So he is going to lose one of these spears quite quickly, and the other, but at the same time it's a bit of a diversionary force while the 4 come in this side. So Caben is going to have to try and pull these back quickly. The Greek player does have the advantage here. He's got more spears and they are better in 1-to-1 fights. So he's going to be able to repel this force of Casper's, but he's going to have to try and scout out Casper's own hunt, or where he's going to expand to next, because he's got to do some damage of his own. This Celt player has only lost a fairly small amount in that. So he is. Casper is down by 2 villages at the moment, so he hasn't been quite perfect with his macro from this point, and his villagers are just sort of idling around there at the moment. Now they're finally starting to get underway. Caben not actually killing the wolf, he's just sort of running past. Looking to try and deal some pressure of his own, but there's some nice houses there of Caspers to help defend against this. Caben just sending some spears out to try and make sure nothing's coming around this backside of the map. Casper's actually aged as well, so he hasn't really had the food to really pump out a whole bunch of spears, so he's just saved it. And at the moment his macro is slipping a bit though. He's stopped his worker production. He's actually starting to fall down in terms of workers. Hasn't actually got any army production on the field just yet. Well, Caben actually has 10 units on the field and an army. So all these workers of Casper's are going to have to flee back. Oh, there's a bit of a misplay there. Actually just... the barracks being thrown down of Casper's, so... And an archery range as well. And he's going to lose a house here, Casper. Caben, there's a nice force here to deny a house, maybe even a second. He probably should just stay and take it. Oh, he's going to try and take a better fight against the longswordsman first. Really probably should have opted just to try and take the house, I think. He's not going to have the the spearman to actually damage and kill it now. So he probably could have actually tried to take the house. He's going to take the fight against the longswordsman, but 2 to 1, it's not a terribly good trade because the longswordsman actually has a bonus multiplier against infantry, so not too good of a fight for him to take. But in the meantime, Caben's actually taken his second town centre already. Caspar was sort of forced to throw out these extra production facilities, but in doing so, he's not going to actually have a great deal of economy behind this. And on top of that, he's already down by 6 workers. 5 workers, sorry. Caben's really doing a nice job of splitting his forces up around the map. Caspar's probably looking at throwing down his town centre here, but it's quite an aggressive position. Caben's quite a fair bit back from the water, but Caspar's right near it, sort of the halfway point. So some more economic upgrades being taken by Caben. Meanwhile, Caspar really only has more villages in queue. Has really only taken the saw upgrade, so they're certainly going to start to slip behind economically, being behind in terms of upgrades and the village count. I think he's down by 8 villages at the moment. Caben's doing a nice job at just buffering everything up behind all this. Saying that Caspar, if he can just eke out a little bit more production, probably even get more other barracks and other range on the way, can really probably throw a lot at his opponent a little bit quicker than his opponent can respond, because Caben has still only got the 1 barracks, the 1 range at this stage. Caben is doing a nice job at, scouting out Caspar's position entirely. Caspar can't come onto the low ground here and can't sort of flank out around some of the town centre without Caben knowing about it. And Caben just doubling up on his forces here. Certainly doing a good job at looking at everything on the map. So Caben is really starting to pull ahead in terms of his production at the moment. Caspar in a little bit of a slump. He's taking a little bit too... his upgrade's a little bit too late. He's not really eking out as much of his production as he could. Probably even get some spears in and doing some harass in places on the map possibly. Just flee as his opponent shows up, because I mean, once you got the Bard Hall tech, your infantry are definitely faster than the Greek players. Nice use of the watch post there. He's going to definitely know about anything and be able to reposition the scout now to find out about other potential raids and places to hit. Small force of Caspar's here, but there's an equally big, in fact a slightly bigger force of the Greek opponent here at the moment. So the constant production of Caben has meant that he's not really fell behind in terms of production, even though he's had less facilities. And the Celt production actually is a little bit faster. Greek player has a really scary force for the Celt player to run into right now. There's an awful lot of Toxotes, and there's not quite enough slings to actually deal with them. The Toxotes are just going to eat through all these long swordsmen and all the villagers, so Caspar is sort of hot on his heels at the moment. Another force of Caben's being grouped up over here just to try and hold the front, while he's also going to try and flank around, I think, at this stage. Caspar's done a nice job at throwing down a watchtower and killing his opponents though, so Caben's not going to be too aware of what's going on up here back at home for Caspar. Both players again in a little bit of a stalemate. Caben is pulling a bit ahead on terms of score, and he's getting his barbed arrows upgrade. I think he's probably going to look at engaging right as this is about to pop, and then try and maybe push him with this other force, and sending in his spearmen to try and scout out anything going on over here. Just making sure the army is just going to be a little bit later than his is, so this is a nice use of the spearmen. He's going to see everything that's going on here. He's going to know it's a little bit late. It's not something I can't handle. I'm going to be able to engage here. So Caben, although he is sort of waiting at the low ground, and Casper knows where everything is. So again, they're in a little bit of a stalemate. Caben just waiting till everything groups up because there's a really nice, really healthy spear, long swordsman, and really healthy, really healthy hyper and really healthy Toxotes count. Kel players really only just started introducing his druids. He's only got the 2 of them, so they can fall quite quickly. There's not a lot of infantry here either, so the Kel players' front line really has started to fall now, and there is really only the slingers focusing down the ranged units, the Greek, and it's just going to be able to pull them back, reinforce, and possibly even look at taking the druids here, which I think he should do. But he just stopped at home to macro up, I think. Throwing down some more production facilities, so that's a nice position for Caben, and not so nice a position for Casper at this stage, who's losing the scout, losing a lot of his forward force, having to rally the druids all the way back because there's a long swordsman attacking them. He is going to save the druid, I think. But he's going to be too little too late in a sense because there's no other forces to really help defend here. There's just the 2 druids and a single long swordsman, so Caben has really managed to steamroll Casper at this stage. Sort of not quite sure what he wants to be chasing after though, but he's managed to make all these villagers flee, and Casper in the meanwhile having to rally the villagers around, pull villagers back off the berries, and there's no pressure on Caben at the moment. It's all going Caben's way. He's got some more forces sneaking in from the bottom side of the map, really opening his opponent up, splitting his forces up, taking out the watch post so he's unaware of everything coming up the ramp, and there's no real way for him to preempt anything. He does actually have some Woad Raiders now, which is going to be really nice. They actually counter the any bowman unit, the Toxotes for instance, and they're actually quite good against priests and siege units as well. And for an infantry unit, they're not too bad against cavalry, considering that they do have a charge and they are quite a quick unit, being a Celt infantry unit. In fact, they're a 9-speed infantry unit. They're as fast as war dogs, so, and they're as fast as I think the slowest of the cavalry. So the Greek player has denied a little bit of mining time for a whole bunch of Celt workers here, but in the meantime is losing a couple of his forces as well, and Casper's throwing down his 3rd town centre. Caben is throwing down his 3rd town centre as well. A little bit behind on his, but I think he's well ahead in terms of his worker count at 75 workers to 37 of Casper's. Casper's entire population is less than Caben's worker count at the moment, so Caben is quite a fair bit ahead right now, I believe. He's just sort of splitting his forces up around the back of Casper's base just to try and catch any villagers heading out to maybe try and set up a storehouse at that gold, or try and scout out other parts of the map to try to throw down proxy buildings. So Casper really not in a very nice position at the moment. Caben is really just taking out back at home. There's a lot of production facilities, 3 stables up here in the top side as well, so Caben is in a wonderful position to really max out in terms of population and push into his opponent, but Casper has taken a good number of upgrades, so he might be able to defend this. This town centre on the low ground is in quite a precarious position now with the unit count of Caben's. It is sort of a little defended by this one on the top side, because any units that are going to come up here are going to be attacked by it too, so Caben's not going to be able to get the best surrounds on it, I don't think. But he is going to be able to fell this and fell all 13 of the villages that are inside this, unless Casper can come up with something really strong. He's going to have to try and pick away at the army, but quickly enough that he can save it. So Caben has introduced the Saris to try and kill all the slingers and the woads, and it is going to be a bit of an interesting trade here. But I don't know if he's going to have enough, so Casper's really starting to fall behind in terms of score. 13 of his 46 villages aren't even gathering at the moment. Caben's all the way up to 90 villages at this point, and he's managed to really secure almost everything over his side of the map at this stage. Casper's sending a bunch of woads in to try and get some harass off, but is it too little too late? I think it may be. These villages are starting to really drop left, right, center. That's 5 of them, 6 of them, 7 of them are going to fall now. So, town center's falling down as well, but in the meantime, Caban has to try and respond to this as well, because he's not going to be able to gather anything over the bottom side of the map. Casper doing a not too bad of a job at using these 8 woads to try and deflect his opponent's pressure. But he needs to make something happen now because he's down the town centre, and Caban is still well ahead in terms of army and villager count, and even has a little bit more in the bank, so I don't know if things are really going to look up from here for Casper. He doesn't have enough really left to defend against this. Caban's just going to be able to push in, and Casper just doesn't even have the ability to throw down more production facilities to deal with this, or towers. He may be able to throw down some towers, but GG it's called. So in terms of the working counts, Caban really just took off. Casper sort of got to a stage where his working count just sort of really started to suffer. The slower town centre didn't help him, and then he did have a couple of periods where he just didn't produce any workers, and that's really what hurt him there, I think. Alright guys, I'll be back in a sec. We are back. Alright, it's a Persia v Persia mirror by the look of it. Just confirming what map Casper wants to play. What have I allocated as the colours? So, Caben is going to be blue. Equal footing, what else, he says. Oh, okay, my game just shit itself. I'm going to turn the aircon on because it's really, really hot. Cool. Oh, thank you, whoever that was. So, game 2. Caben v Casper is underway now. Come on. Off you go. So down the bottom corner we got Caben as the blue Persian player, and in the top corner we got Casper as the red Persian player. So we've got another mirror matchup game tonight, guys, so that's pretty awesome because I always like seeing them. Most people hate playing them because they're usually very knife edge. Caben taking his first hunt, Casper doing the same right now. Casper's actually playing a little bit heavier on his wood economy. I think he's going to try and get the faster first barracks up, so he does. And being equal footing. So really quite a close match, close map in terms of the initial rush distance. Quite a standard map because there's 3 hunts generally quite nearby each player's base. And there's no water, so no passes or anything. All the chokes are just trees, and they're generally a little bit wide at the distance of how far a siege unit can actually aim, so Quite a forgiving map in the late game and quite a punishing one in the early game, so to speak. So it's quite a favourite amongst all the more experienced players. Barracks being thrown down as well from Caben, but it's a little bit slower. Like I said, Casper was a little bit heavier on the initial wood economy, and right now it looks like he's a little bit heavier on the initial food economy too. But in the meantime, Caben throwing up that faster second storehouse. I'm interested to see if either player is sort of pushed in the position where they need to take aid tent in the mirror. So Casper's trying to scout out whether his opponent's actually got a hunt at the back of his base, and actually try and find which one he's taken in general. So Caben's actually seen Casper's hunt. In the meantime, Casper's actually sending a couple of Sparabara down to raid, but I don't think he's really going to like what he finds, considering Caben's hunt is right at the back of his base. So the Sparabara sort of taking the long way round at the moment. And Caben is going to have the Sparabara of his own to defend against this. Neither player has opted to take... Oh, actually, Casper's taking his aid tent. If he loses these, which I think he may do, he might need to defend with it. So it looks like the snare tagging of the Sparabara here is really going to mean that he's caught this last one and slowly chip away at it. And saying that there's an awful lot more here to help defend it and help try and turn the tide of this battle. But they are a bit messily microed round. There's one at the back here quite low as well. Another Sparabara actually falling, and one low for Caben as well, which is going to fall. But we got 6 versus 4, so this is a good number for Caben. Not so good of a fight for Casper at the moment. Got 6v 5v4 at the moment. So Casper's actually doing a little bit better job of rallying them onto the targets. Managing to turn the fight around. He's brought an extra Sparabara in and actually managed to turn that one around in the end. So Caben sort of punished for not really microing that fight as well as he could, and Casper's... Sorry, got that wrong, I got that right the first time. So Casper sort of punished for not really backing out of that. Caben kept 5 of his Sparabara down, alive, and down to all 4 of Casper's, so really only trading the 1 for 4. Well, it's the initial Sparabara, and there's only one here to really try and apply pressure. Caben's going to be able to pull out just in time, save the worker. He's looking for a quick town centre. Casper's a little bit slower on his, and he's in a bit more precarious position here with all his villagers. Caben's actually managed to get them all to rally back, which is not bad of Casper to try and take the fight with them, but any longer than you have to and you're costing yourself gathering time. And he's going to lose these Sparabara Casper at the moment. He's got the H2 as well, but he just doesn't have a lot to defend with, and the storehouse, the aid tent storehouse, is going to fall quite quickly just as it heals the Sparabara to fall. So Caben is going to get his second town centre. Casper's is still a little bit further away. Does actually have the resources for it, but it's still not in production, so Casper having to scramble to try and defend here. Caben doing a nice job of applying early pressure. Wasn't having to get the aid tent so early, but he did get it in the end. Casper's going to try and throw down a forward town centre, but is he going to be able to? Look, Caben's pretty much given him the gold mine, but he's going to say, fuck it, I'll scout it. And he does see it, so he's got some more units, although I don't know if he does. He's not actually able to try and deny it, but it is quite a bit later than his own. So he's actually taking quick stables. I think this village is intended to try and build the stables quicker as well, so Cayman forcing out their quick stables. Casper on the other hand going for an archery range, so I'm not sure if it's going to fare out quite well for him because he's not going to be able to raid as much as he's going to be able to apply better pressure up the middle of the map. I think once the armies actually engage, the cavalry, if they do manage to wrap around before there's any spearmen, and both players have only just hit age 2, the cavalry is probably going to be better off. There's actually a second stable being thrown down from Cayman. Casper still hasn't quite the resources to build his second stable. He's actually down by 6 workers. It's 28 to 22 in terms of the working count. So Casper actually has a much smaller army force on the field at the moment too. Nice house positioning here from Casper though. He's sim sitting quite well these days. This double stables is going to be quite scary for him to deal with, I think. And Casper is actually getting the spearmen, so does he know about them? So he does actually know about... No, he doesn't actually know about them, but he is getting the spearmen. But they are still going to be slower, so he's going to have to try and defend really well even once he's got them. And Cayman's economy is still just that little bit further ahead. He's still up by 4 workers. And he's doing a much better job at maintaining vision around the map, I think. Seems to be one of Cayman's big strengths is map awareness at his level of play. And Casper's stables is only just finishing up now, just as the whole bunch of Asabara flooding in, so he's going to be able to pick off this villager too. Very nice job at blocking it from able to gather, but now it's going to just have to garrison, and all the other villagers here, all 7 of them, and they're going to have to back off. He's going to actually snipe 2 of them in the process and get out just in time before the spearmen rock up. So really nice, really surgical play there from Cayman, finishing a couple of workers for free and backing out. So he's back up to 41 to 34. Casper's actually sort of frozen at the moment. He doesn't really have any workers in production or anything, so he's sort of panicking. So it's really nice, this aggressive play of Cayman's. Needs to be careful not to lose too much here, and he doesn't have a great deal to defend until he brings them back, so he's got to time this perfectly and get the cavalry to come in straight onto the archers, although I think he might be backing off to try and take another raid on his opponent's base. And this is a nice sim city here because he'll be able to park his units behind it. He probably just needs to get a little aid tent or 2 to give himself the healing he needs to defend here, because he doesn't have a great deal of units. But ooh, that's not too good, having them attack the scout. Surely going after the workers would be what you really want at the moment, because you just don't have enough at home, mate. So Casper, now he's got the scout. Cayman is sort of splitting his cavalry up, but he doesn't really have enough to try and pick any workers off. And Casper, it's this huge fighting force down here. So he's going to pick off another villager, another couple of villagers actually. Casper's sort of got Cayman on the back foot now at the moment. Cayman's cavalry didn't really end up getting him as much as they could have. They did get him a couple of initial villages, but now Casper's forces are at the back of his base, but there's not really enough spearmen now. There's actually 3 Asabara, 5 Asabara now, all coming onto the bowmen, so that's not very good, because the Asabara, they actually have their counter damage against the range. So it's a really nice mop-up play there from Cayman. Well, Casper sort of probably stuck around longer than he should have. If he had to focus the one house instead of both of them, he got to snipe one house and backed out, I think, there. He's getting some more cavalry. We're getting some cavalry, sorry, Caspar, but Caben has got plenty of his own, so this house, it may fall. In fact, he's opting to try and... Well, I don't think he's necessarily microed that one. He's going to get a couple of bowman kills and maybe even try and get the house, but Caben will be able to react to this pretty easily. But he does snatch up 2 bowman kills with that, so it's not too bad. In the meantime, Caben's forces are sort of split up. Now there's some Asabara to deal with Caspar's, so Caben has a huge Asabara count fighting around to the back of Caspar's base, and he's not in time to disrupt the armory, but he's going to force another worker pull back off the wood line. And Caspar is sort of scrambling again with his spearmen, and this time he's only got 4 of them, so Caspar's houses are in a bit of a scary spot now. He's going to start losing all of his houses, won't be able to produce more units until he gets his population count back up, so a really nice use of the cavalry here from Caben, picking apart Caspar's defences at the moment. Caspar's not doing a bad job of defending, but he needs to get more spears, needs to get more Asabara, and just try and make something work himself, so everything seems to be really going Caben's way at the moment. There's 59 workers to, well, 59 population, 40 workers on Caspar's side, so Caspar's really struggling at the moment to get all of his production up. Lost a couple of houses then, he needs to get some more on the way, needs to get a couple more production facilities. Actually looking at adding some immortals now, whereas Caben for the time being has held off on them, is getting his armory upgrade slightly quicker and is opting for the melee damage as opposed to the range damage. And his cavalry is quite low, so neither player, well, I suppose Caspar's got these here, whereas Caben probably could have had his army rallied on top of a storehouse to make use of the healing. You should almost never go in below full health as a Persian player, because it's just so easy for you to heal with the aid tent. But Caben, in the meanwhile, is getting age 3 behind this. Caspar's already got his, but he's just so far down in terms of economy. He's actually ahead in terms of his 3rd town centre, but I don't know if he's going to be able to defend this, because he's actually down a little bit in terms of the resources. Caben's got a big fighting force here and is way up in terms of population. It's about 70 population ahead. 66 villages to 40 villages, so Caspar just is not able to get his villager count any higher than it currently is at the moment. More of them are going to fall to the army comp of Caben, and I think this might be it here. Caspar just doesn't have enough to defend here. This is going to be a GG. It's just been a really surgical game here from Caben. The early cavalry introduction over the early bowman introduction just seems to have really fared him better in the mirror matchup, I believe. He's just managed to pull ahead further and further, and even with the 3rd town centre of his opponents, maybe it was the wrong decision. Maybe you just need to get more production facilities, get more units out in the map to just try and hold on. He's already down in terms of his army and village accounts, and it's only going to get worse. I think Caspar's really going to have to scramble to try and defend here. He's just only got these villages on the back and on the low side gathering. Nothing around his main base at the moment. So all these villages over here are going to start to fall, and Caspar, he's got a lot of units in production, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. GG. Just actually check the scores. So Caspar did well to defend up to a point, and he even sort of looked like he was going to come back at one stage, but he just didn't quite get there. There's just a couple of points where he also, again, just made cuts to his worker production that he really, if he didn't, he could have been off a lot better than where he should have been. Could have been off a lot better than he was. Better off a lot. Could have been a lot better off than he was. Blech. So anyway, that brings us to a conclusion to Caspar v Caben. 2-0 to Caben. Well played, guys. Wow, we're actually early on and on time for one night. So, where's Madlib at? Thanks for the subscription, article. That's awesome. Thank you for that. Alright, where's Madlib? Here we go. Alright, we're back. So we are underway for game one of the best of three between Madlib and Caben. So this be a second while it loads. Just waiting on Madlib to connect. Hopefully he hasn't just dropped out. Alright, there we go. Looks like we're underway. Okay. So in the bottom corner spawning as the blue Kelp player, we've got Caben, who's taking his first hunt. And in the top corner, as the red Norse player, we've got Madlib, who's also taking his first hunt as we speak. You've forgotten about a deer there, mate. Oh, well, I'm pretty sure he'll get that later on in the game. So, a couple of sheep found by both players. Norse players actually got the advantage of having a second scout, so he's gonna be able to find a lot more things in the early game. Already finding another hunt and another hunt, whereas the Kelp player has really only managed to secure a second hunt. But they are on an equal number of sheep, so Caben's actually got a really quick barracks. Then is still just gathering up for his, I believe. Where's all of Madlib's wood gone? Oh, he's actually got the barracks there. Sorry, I thought that was a storehouse for a second. So, Madlib's got a barracks not too far behind Caben's, and he actually does have tankier spears as the Norse player. So, it'd be interesting to see if Caben does manage to apply a good amount of pressure, because the Kelp player, he does get the faster trading spears, and they are more mobile. But against the Norse players in particular, you've got a very small window of opportunity before the throwing axemen come out, and they really, really hurt against other infantry. So we've got a bunch of spearmen heading up, but Madlib's sort of intercepting them with this scout. But if he's not careful, he may lose the scout because it is going to be falling quite quick, but he does pull it out on 100 health. Just try and pull the units back up past the bear, but the scout of Caben's there is there to deal with it, and there's Longhouse being thrown down near the woodline. This is going to be particularly useful. The Norse players can actually garrison in these. There's plenty of spearmen here to help defend. Now the even going up to 5, another one, 6, 7 spears. Caben, in the meanwhile, he's also gone up to 6, 7th in production as well. So both players getting quite a good number of spears in the early game. Madlib being forced to take the gold as the Norse player, whereas the Kelp player can skip the gold and just worry about getting more food, more wood, and getting onto the stone for his age 2 economy. So right now Madlib's just got everything sort of there to defend. Madlib is really known for being a good up and coming player, just having really strong, consistent macro. A little bit behind on the age 2, but I think he's actually got, well, he's even in terms of the worker numbers. He's got a good number of spears here to defend. Caven not able to find an opening there. Forced to have to retreat. He's up in terms of his stone count, but Madlib not too far behind. Caven likewise is a new returning player, and he is really quite strong. He's also got really good macro going into the longer games, really good scouting around the map. So it's going to be a really good matchup, I think. Town Centre being thrown down by Caven. Madlib's going to be just about to take his. He's just a little bit of stone off it. In terms of production facilities, both players still only on the 1 barracks at this stage. The Norse player does get the advantage of being able to build buildings, well, offensive and static defensive buildings, at least, out of his infantry. While the Celt also gets a whole bunch of different bonuses for the uniqueness of their civ. Like in Age 3, they can actually take gold mines, so it really helps keep the workers alive and help deny enemy gold income. And here we see Madlib actually throwing down a barracks. Probably going to try barracks creeping towards his opponent on a close map like this. Maybe getting some facilities here even, and then just being able to push in from there. So interesting to see if he opts to do that or opts to expand further around the map. But I'd say, being the Norse player, considering that this isn't going to cost him any gathering, it's going to be very effective if that's what he opts to do. So in the meantime, Caven is locked into only really being able to play around barracks and ranges as well, being a Celt player. There's no cavalry to Age 3. The Norse player, he does get cavalry in Age 2, so, but he also gets throwing axemen and war dogs in Age 2, so he can look at using those 2 techs rather than having to worry about getting cavalry. And the throwing axemen sort of make up for not having all the specific upgrades that the Celts do as their unique civ tech. I think most of these guys are going to play a little bit passively now. Madlib's probably going to try and mass up a force to try and push in, and Caven is probably going to do likewise. Caven's taking some economic upgrades now, but he was a little bit slower on them, I think. Actually, he's a little bit faster on these later ones after being slower on his initial one. Both players took the first saw upgrade, but then Madlib sort of opted out of taking the next couple of upgrades for the time being. Probably just looking at pushing out as much units as he can at this stage. He may even be looking at throwing down another production facility. I think that might be what he's looking to do here. He's getting the wood for it, so see a stable's actually being thrown down now. So he's got 3 barracks before stables. The Celt player, on the other hand, has got 3 barracks and then a grove. Grove's actually a little bit cheaper, so in terms of the worker counts, you're looking at 33 for Caven to 29 for Madlib, so it's 15 seconds for both players out of the town centre. So Madlib's just maybe missing some of his workers from time to time. Caven's actually macroing slightly better. Really cool swords they've got. There's a big force here from the Celt player moving up towards the north. He's got 8 spearmen mixed in amongst the 2, so it's not going to be too bad with the raiders coming in from the Norse player. A good counter for those. At the same time, they're going to be quite useless against all this high number of throwing axemen, because there's 21 throwing axemen versus only 15 longswordsmen. And more longhouses being thrown down to help defend the wood line of Madlib's. Caven not doing a bad job at zoning his opponent, but he's going to need to make something happen now. There's Madlib has a big force and it's starting to come across the map now. He might have overextended. Oh, that's just really nice position there to take from Madlib. Splitting it up his units to attack two different units. So Madlib doing a nice job at forcing Caben to retreat back to the back of his base, but has he got enough to really try and break Caben now? Because Caben has got some druids being thrown into the mix now, and is getting some more production facilities behind us. He's going to add the range tech, and he's going to be able to take some armory upgrades too if he so chooses to. Madlib is still a bit behind in terms of that front. There's no armory just yet, but he just has this huge number of throwing axemen, and it's just growing bigger and bigger and bigger, and there's raiders coming in. He's going to see all these houses, all these towers being thrown down. Meanwhile, at the backside as well, there's a whole bunch of raiders coming in to deny the range. A really nice play from Madlib, sacrificing a single raider. Help distract Caben a little bit and, yeah, deny the range. Get a couple of villager kills here too. This will be really nice for him. But there are a couple of druids to help try and preserve the villagers. And I don't think he's going to be able to get too much out of this. But meanwhile, on the top side, again, there's sort of a three-stage play here. Sort of scouting out his opponent's base, picking a good time to come in from the bottom, and then picking a good time to come in again from the top before the towers actually finish up. So that's going to have costed Caben quite a bit, and Madlib is about 10-15 population ahead at the moment, so it's a good number of throwing axemen right now. It's just going to eviscerate all these longswordsmen who are a little bit slow to get here, I think. And the druids are doing what work they can, but oh well, the druids are actually doing quite a good job here, but there's just not enough long swordsmen, I don't think. And the upgrade is just kicking in now. It's just a little bit too slow, I think it may be. Madlib focuses down the druids. I think it's going to be just about over for Caben if he manages to do so, but he's forced to have to constantly try and micro back too. But he is doing a good job at that. So really nice pressure here from the Norse player. Kelp player, meanwhile, is doing a good job at defending as well. He has fallen down in terms of his villager population, but in terms of his score, he's still roughly even, so he's not doing a bad job for that. But it's only going to get worse from here as the Norse player is going to get upgrades of his own and is going to get more stable units. I don't think Caben's going to get the opportunity to save up towards age 3 here, because Madlib's just going to keep trying to put the pressure on. There's not going to be any breaks. He's just going to just run into him at full speed at this stage. There's 50 throwing axemen here, just being massed up versus 27 long swordsmen. There is a good number of druids. There's 4 druids in the back here, but there's also some raiders coming in now, so they can be used to either pick them off or to get even more villager kills at the back of his base. So Madlib is playing this really strategically, and there's even going to be an outpost thrown down. I think Madlib might even look at possibly trying to get some war dogs and just maintain vision over this side of the map too, because it's going to really deny Caben's ability to get that gold over his side of the map. And oh, it's a really nice pickup from Madlib, who's going to scout just as Caben attempts to try and wall this up. Snipes the villager, gets out of there immediately, so that's really good play from Madlib. Caben is sort of having to scramble to defend because he just hasn't had the time to get to age 3. Madlib is queuing up double upgrades at the moment, which is going to be really strong. Caben did have the quicker armory, and he has got the quicker upgrades, but, well, then it had to take twice as long to do, so to speak. So Madlib's upgrades aren't too far off popping himself, and he's getting ready to move in, and he's up about 35 population. He's managed to snipe a whole bunch of villagers over and over again. Madlib's looking at expanding his food economy and bring some more raiders in, pulling the ones at the back out, keeping them all alive, which is a really nice play. Coming in from the top side, deciding, oh, there's a bit too much here, but he's going to get sort of locked in. Oh, nice round from Caben's units. He's going to kill all those raiders, but has he lost too much? Because there is just so much from Madlib coming out now. I think you might even look at getting that outpost now. Just keep stopping. Get the bloody war dogs. Just build war dogs. Some nice walls being thrown down here from Caben just to try and help deny his opponent from circling his base now though. But the barracks, there's an outpost being thrown down here, a forward outpost. Just to help secure a bit of vision over these resources just outside of Caben's base, just between the two players. Because if Madlib can deny them, Caben isn't really going to have much of an chance to expand outwards here. Because really they probably are sort of closer to Caben than Madlib. More outposts being thrown down, so this is going to be a very smart play from Madlib. He's going to be able to see wherever his opponent's army is, and even be able to train those bloody war dogs out of them. Let's have a look at this. 25 food, guys. No population. 9 speed. That's all P. Caben has managed to take third age, though. Madlib's is about to kick in. Caben's third town centre isn't being thrown down just yet. I think he's opted for a couple of... I thought they were towers, but they're just houses. Hasn't actually got the stone for his third town centre just yet. Madlib has got a huge force right now. He's just about maxed. 20 population up. Getting a whole bunch of archery rangers and another stables too. So really nice. 3 stables. He's got 4 barracks and he's got... Yeah, 3. So he's got 4, 3, 3. Really nice. Caben on the other hand is starting to get there as well, but he just doesn't have the stables just yet. I don't think. They'll be on the way. I think it might hurt him having delayed the stables. Player's getting a couple of kills here. Caben's jumped up to 160 population as well. Looking at taking the gold mine, like I said earlier. It's 2,000 health, so it helps keep the workers alive that little bit longer. They can't really be raided straight away. Madlib, sorry, taking this third all the way at the back of his base. Caben still hasn't quite taken his third town centre just yet, I don't believe. Big force here. Forces here of both players meeting right in the middle. The buildings of Madlib's about to be thrown down too. Really tough spot for him to be taking a fight though. He's sort of going to wrap back around behind the buildings properly. Now there we go. So this is going to work out a little bit better for him. Cavalry are going to try and circle around and take the archers all out and take the druids out. A really good throwing axeman count and the long swordsmen, so really starting to be thinned out now. It's been nice army control from both players here. Big fight in the middle right now. The bowmen are right at the back, just chipping away at the throwing axemen too. They do outrange them, so the attack range of 18 versus an attack range of only 10 is really quite critical here. So even though there is no more front line for Caben right now, the range, a lot of them aren't really being focused down that well. And the spears that are coming in are really, really cheap. So Caben is just slowly being pushed back here now. Finally, Madlib's army composition is finally starting to show through. He's got some archers of his own with their own 18 attack range. So Madlib losing another horseman there, but he's able to re-solidify his position, take another couple of rangers. He's going to slowly keep creeping towards the Celt player, I think, who's now just introducing some stables, but Madlib has transitioned to getting the horsemen over the raiders, who do counter cavalry rather than countering range. So I think Madlib's in a really nice spot right now, whereas Caben, he's starting to slip a little bit. He's still in age 3. I mean, he's in age 3, but he still hasn't taken that third town centre. I think it's really starting to hurt him. He's only on 82 villages versus 95 for Madlib. So Madlib's able to really back his economy a lot more strongly behind this, and he's got 20 more population to deal with as well because of that third town centre finishing up the top side. So he's going to get on 180 population, and things are going to get a bit dicey for Caben right now, who's only just starting his third town centre. The horseman being sniped there of Madlib's, but he does have still the population advantage, and he's going to try and take a nice fight sandwiched in between these buildings here. I think he's going to be able to do it right now. There's even some Hajars being thrown into the mix, I believe. So yes, he has got some Hajars. Bit of a tankier choice. They're a bit like a tankier long swordsman, a little bit like the Hoplite unit, where they're sort of not specialised in a great deal, but they are just a good all-round infantry unit. They do actually counter infantry, but yeah, they're not, say, quite something like longswordsmen or throwing axemen or high pacifists. It's sort of a bit of a different tech of unit, and right now Caban is forced to really have to retreat here. He just doesn't have the unit composition against Madlib, who just has so much here at the moment. He's even got a couple of Caban's deer along for the ride. So Caban right now is just having to scramble between his own buildings, but if these druids fall, I think it's going to be pretty much over. He's got a good count of bowmen, but he just doesn't have much of a front line left. And Madlib's just starting to pick down all the different units. He's starting to pick off a couple of druids. Could use the horsemen though to try and get onto the range. But again, they really only counter cavalry, not so much the range, so... And there's a forward fortress being thrown down here from Madlib. He's just got so much here to help try and keep pushing here with, whereas Caban, he's sort of only 10 population behind, but I don't know if he's going to be able to maintain this. He's still down by about 15, 18 workers, and Madlib is just parade pushing into his base constantly at this stage. There's the third town centre has finished for Caban, but is it too little too late in terms of economy? And Rhapsody here even try and convert a couple of units of the Celt player. Celt player has popped Rideratus, get his... oh, that's probably the wrong building, the wrong thing to pop. The Rideratus increase damage against buildings by all military units, considering it's already worn off and the fortress isn't even finished, and he hasn't quite picked the fortress. So Caban probably should have opted for the one to take out units there and try and take the fight and win it first before taking out the fortress, because this is going to get finished off now right on his doorstep. He's taking his own fortress, but again, this is sort of right where his production facilities are, and just behind that are most of his houses, and this is going to get caught too, so there's plenty of cavalry here to try and mop this up. This fortress is going to fall, and Caban's not going to have a fortress of his own. He's really only half walled off his marker line, and Madlib doesn't really even need to wall at the moment. He's just rallied that much into his opponent. He's going to try and take down the gold mine, but it is just as, it's even tankier than the Age 1 walls. So, the Age 2 wall, sorry. So all these villages are going to be exposed now, and some of them are going to fall. And while the army's coming in to try and help this out, all these production facilities of his are going to get sniped. So Caban, I think Caban's just going to get picked apart from here. He's still just down in terms of the population by about 10, but Madlib is just sniping all his facilities, forcing him back off the gold. Caban is really going to be a bit choked for gold right now. I think he's got no workers gathering gold. 18 from Madlib are on gold. So the gold economy of Caban's, and now his caravan will have been scouted. The gold economy of Caban's is probably going to start to fall apart now, I think. Madlib is just putting so much pressure on him, and he's rallying his cavalry across to try and take out the market too, while there's his main force of infantry and range try and keep the rest of the army of Caban's just in his base. So, oh, there's a whole bunch of workers that are being picked off now that have tried to retake the gold mine, and things are just getting messier and messier for Caban. He's dropped down to 77. Madlib's actually killed a bunch of his own villagers off to try and take a bigger army behind this, and GG. So Madlib actually, right at the end there, when he knew he was about to push in, Madlib actually killed a whole bunch of villagers off too, just to get them down to the same level of Caban, then push him down even further. So it was really, really nice, really controlled play there from Madlib. Not to knock Caban's play, I think he played that quite well too. But yeah, Madlib was just too strong. Godlib is in full force tonight. GG.
Ahura Mazda bless you.
What's going on, everyone? Oh, that? Oh, shit. There we go. So we're just waiting on Madlib to change sieves. Here we go, he's just logging in now. Got Watering Hole as the pick. I'll invite Madlib now. So we got a Persia versus Celt game this time. Madlib has switched to Persia from his Norse. Oh, a bit of weirdness from one of his villagers there, but he's going straight for the wood. Caben is already moving straight onto his hunt. Caben opting for a little bit less early wood. So I don't know if Madlib might be looking at getting early water for this game, or just going for more barracks play. Yeah. Barracks in an interesting spot there, but it's quite nice because it's not going to be easy to scout. It's going to be tucked in behind the hunt and over near right near the wood line, so it's a really actually nice spot for it to go. Caben, on the other hand, still just gathering the wood to be able to throw down his barracks, so interested to see if either player actually takes the water in this game, but I reckon they probably will behind the barracks, just considering how it is quite important in the middle of the map. Okay. So Madlibs is just about finished, but Capen's actually got 2 villagers on his, costing him a bit of gathering time, but meaning that he does catch up a bit in terms of that barracks being constructed, so he's going to get the quicker training units once it's built. And items don't actually work in PvP, only provides a visual upgrade in PvP. We've got 12 seconds on the Sparabara versus I believe it's 10 on the Spearman. 11, sorry, so they do train slightly quicker in the long run, but he was a little bit slower on the barracks and did have to put a second villager on it to get it up just as quickly, so the storehouse being thrown down by both players as well behind this, so I think they might look at maybe some early spear harass into a dock play, possibly, just considering the map. They're just making sure his opponent doesn't really scout out everything going on in his base. Not that it really matters though, but because he does have the Sparabara scene, his opponent knows that he's obviously got the barracks. Good spearman number, another one coming out. The house is being built up as well, so the Celt player actually has to get 3 houses before they can age up, and it's 300 food versus 200 from the any other civ. And there's no house requirement beforehand. There's a second storehouse being thrown down from Madlib this early though, so I wonder if he's going to look at maybe trying to be aggressive in this position. Got a good number of Sparabara to help defend. You can see all the spearmen of his opponents, just keeping them busy with his scout at this stage. A dock being thrown down from Caben, so this will be interesting to see whether or not he's able to hold this. The dock, once you get running on the dock economy, it can be quite strong, especially when your opponent doesn't actually get hunting dogs to make use of, as you know, a really strong hunting economy. So the scout is trying to keep Madlib's units busy, but not able to do too much with them. The dock going down relatively securely, and Madlib unaware that this will have gone on. Why isn't it showing me? Okay. For some reason it's not letting me switch between player. I don't know if Madlib's actually seen it yet, but for some reason it's just not letting me check. Madlib just backing out. Both players taking their H2. Madlib's is a little bit quicker though, so he's going to be able to throw down his second town centre quite quickly. Caben on the other hand opting for a dock-based economy, getting a couple of fishing ships, and he's pulling all of this spearmen down. Try and deal some pressure. He's scouted this out so he knows his opponent's over there, and he's going to try and deal some damage, but at the same token, Madlib is there to defend, and he's got his aid tent on the way as well, so it's going to kick in at a really good time for him, I think. It's 8v9, so it's not a bad fight to be taking. The upgrade's going to finish up, and he's going to have all the villagers there to fight with too, so just have to try and micro as close as he can to the town centre here, and in the micro exchange, but Caben's doing a good job himself. Tingling down a couple of targets to attack, but it might not be enough. So we've got 7 spears versus, whoops, 5 Sparabara, but the spears are going to have to back off, and they are all quite low. The aid tech has finished up, and it is doing a little bit of healing, but it's sort of now out of the range. Madlib is a little bit on the back foot now because he's having to take the town centre while his opponent is pumping out more and more fishing ships. So Caben's not doing a bad job at zoning him at the moment. Madlib will probably be opting for, yeah, he's getting his archery range, try and help defend here, and then behind that maybe his stables as well. Just to give himself some more of a bit of a pressure valve against the Celt infantry being so aggressive. And there's a 4th fishing ship, net lures on the way, so he's even getting conservation, gathering rate and carry capacity. It's quite a strong upgrade considering its cost. There's town centre being thrown down now from Caven, so he's a bit behind on the town centre, but he's actually well ahead in terms of score because he's just got so much food income at the moment. And he's doing a good job at trying to maintain vision of his opponent at the moment. There'll be nothing coming up through the different channels in the mid-map at the moment. Keeping that dock well protected. It won't let me see who sees what, so for some reason I can't let you know whether or not Madlib actually knows about it, but for some reason I don't think he does. Caven's doing a nice job at managing to keep the pressure on, make use of the water in the mid-map. Madlib sort of having to back off down here, get some ranges, get enough to try and defend with before he can actually push up, so there's no more fishing ships in production just yet. You probably really need to stop at about 3 or 4, then get another dock, then maybe add another couple. And the more you've got, the harder it is to really do anything else and do more than just defend it. There's a whole bunch of production facilities being thrown down, pair of rangers and another barracks for the Celt player, so that's a nice transition replay. Persian player on the other hand, still just on the 2 range, 1 barracks eco at the moment. And now the fishing ships finally all get scouted out from Madlib. He's going to know all about this. There's actually a swan ship on the way now, so it's going to come at a good time because now the Persian player is going to have to try and run around the outsides of the map just as that pops. Because if he tries to try and run up through the mid-map, he's going to take an awful lot of damage without ships or cavalry. There's another archery range being thrown down here from Caben, so Caben is in a wonderful spot economically, I think. Although, saying that, Madlib is actually equal in terms of worker count at the moment. He hasn't missed a beat at all in terms of his worker production. Caben may have had a couple of seconds of downtime in between some of them, so even though he's got the 4 fishing ships and they do sort of double up as 2 workers, Madlib shouldn't really be pulling ahead like this, I don't think, because it is 15 seconds for both players to actually train the workers. Caben, he's got the swan ship there to try and deny any forward movement from the Persian player, unless he does opt for cavalry, but I think Madlib might have to look at doing that soon. Maybe even trying to sneak in a quick age 3. Caben's actually sneaking in an age 3 now and taking the stone for his 3rd town centre. So Madlib getting vision on every single fishing ship here, wants to see if there is any aggressive ships. Doesn't see the swan ship down here on the bottom side of the map. Caben as well, running a spear around the edge of the map, trying to figure out if his opponent's doing anything around the outside, so right now we're just sort of in a bit of a lull. Madlib getting more production facilities. Caben's age 3 just about to kick in. He's just about to finish off his armory as well. Has he got a Bard Hall yet? I don't think he does just yet, so and interesting considering that the Bard Hall upgrades are quite inexpensive to get. I know that the armory upgrades do cover everything though. But the Bard Hall is a relatively inexpensive tech to take. And the patrolling swan ship only just responds in time, but it does hit quite hard. It does deal area damage, so these units are going to basically have to stack on top of it to kill it. But in saying that, if they do stack on top of it to kill it, they're going to take a lot of damage themselves. And he does manage to pick it off, but he is losing a unit to the wolf. He might lose another bowman to the wolf as well. Caben's age 3 is finished. He's got a whole bunch of Woad Raiders up in queue, so these Woad Raiders, they counter the ranged units, and so do the slingers, so Madlib's going to have to have very good control of his bowmen here, but he has a really nice force of them, and he's got a nice front line of these Sparbara champions. And this dock is going to fall. These fishing ships probably going to end up being deleted in order for Caben to increase his army size. Oh no, he's opting to get another dock around the other side, so we'll have to see if this pans out for him. A couple of Madlib's upgrades are actually finishing up right now, so he is going to start to probably pull ahead with those. I'm saying that if Caben can take a nice defense here, it can really stage another attack against the Persian player. Well, has he got any stables on the way? No, not just yet. He's still sticking with the infantry ranged army. Both players are at this stage. There's no cavalry. It's quite interesting considering how large of a map it is, and Madlib is just parade pushing with all of his production at the moment. The dock has finished up for Caben, but the fishing ships aren't actually gathering at this point. That's a bit of a pain for him because he's only got three villagers actually gathering at the moment is for his food. Five with the fishing ships now, so this big wall of archers need to be careful because if he doesn't micro to pick off all the woads, he could lose a lot here. In saying that, he's got a really nice number of bowmen. So if he can cut the slingers back, which he's doing a good job of, he can pick them off one by one. And the Sparbara join the fight again. All the forces of Caben's are forced to back up again. Madlib's doing a wonderful job of controlling this death ball of his, the Persian Sparbara bowman composition. So right now, Caben forced to have to try and get as much as he can out of the water, getting even more fishing ships behind this, but has he got enough at home to survive? I don't know if he does. The micro of Madlib's army is just really good right now. He's not losing a great deal, only losing a couple of Sparbara at a time. A couple of bowmen actually coming out now for the Kel player, but they don't deal a huge amount of damage against the Sparbara. They're essentially a lot like the shield bearer, really. They're quite inexpensive, quite tanky against the ranged units most of all, but not to the extent the shield bearers are in a sense. The shield bearers of the Babylonians, for instance, they've got ridiculous tankiness. I think they've got another 70. I think they're 70 or 80% rather than 60% against range, but weaker against infantry. So that's the Sparbara's sort of boon, is that they're like a shield bearer light in a sense. So they're not entirely useless against infantry, yet also really strong at shutting down range pressure, who are usually quite good at picking on infantry. Some of the Asabara coming in now as well for the Persian player, who wants to be able to make sure he can deny the range completely, but there's a second dock finished up for Caben as well. So Madlib is probably going to have to try and have a look at taking them out next, because that's sort of what's keeping Caben in the game at the moment. He's way later on this, actually had the same amount of time on this Age 3 town centre, but Madlib's forces are just that little bit larger, and he's got a little bit more upgrades backing all this. The villager count is 71 to Madlib, 66 to Caben, but Caben has also got the 5 fishing ships, so that's basically an even worker count, so to speak. And there's a swan ship finishing up right now. 2 of the fishing ships get evaporated by Madlib's forces, but now there's a swan ship here to help defend, and another production out of that dock, but it's not going to finish off. But the army is going to come down to meet Madlib, and he's going to be forced to try and stick it out in between the swan ship and Caben's army. So this isn't such a good position for him to be caught in at the moment. Thank you. Thank you. I'll have to check who did that. So the swan ship does end up falling. There's a nice surround by the Sparbara and the cavalry, the Asabara, and good position here. All the ranged units are tucked in well behind the infantry, but if he overextends with his infantry, he may lose them here. Caben is backing off well with his own range. So Madlib is sort of buying himself the time to just try and finish up the dock, but he doesn't have all the range attacking it, so the swan ship's going to pop out in time. Well, this could be quite big for him. Oh, he shouldn't have just stopped. He should have just stopped and attacked right there in the center. Just kill 3 or 4 of them and then just try and push in. And that's sort of going to be costly for him, because now Madlib is still well up ahead in terms of population now. The swan ship finishing up didn't really get much for Caben. Interesting to see if Madlib did mean to extend that far, because that's a lot of woads too that are cutting right through his forces, and he's going to have to micro onto them really, really well here. And Caben's doing a good job of having brought them straight onto Madlib's archers. And Madlib backing out again. Caben alive for another moment. Will he, the Ford house here, will he take another dock? He's going to take another dock, I believe. He's actually was going to attempt to try and throw down a market here where Madlib's actually throwing down his fortress, so Madlib's securing his own market line here, doing a nice job of that. Watch how falling of Madlib's, but Caben not really getting a huge amount of that out of that. He's really just going to be having to try and retake water in the side that he's already sort of had a bit of gathering out. There's only one fish over here, and then anything sort of down here is going to be really unsafe for him. So things are sort of slowed down a bit now. Caben is still definitely in the game. He's up to 84 villages to Madlib's 88, but he no longer has the water advantage he once did, and I think he is just down in terms of upgraded a little bit. He's not spending quite as well as Madlib. Madlib's doing a wonderful job at his macro. There's another swan ship popping out for Caben too, but will it be enough? Watch post going in for Caben. He wants to know if Madlib's going to be trying to take that gold anytime soon. So both players are sort of fighting over this left-hand side. The big force of Caben's here too. Madlib doesn't have a huge amount here to help try and defend this side, so he's going to have to try and respond quickly to this, because Caben is right on his doorstep and he's only just finding out about it now. And there's a lot of villages here undefended. They're going to fall. The swan ship's here just in time to help guard Caben's forces, and Madlib is going to have to try and ferry everything around the long way around the back here, straight onto the woads, but oh no, no. Oh, what? You're joking. It's a bugger. Oh well. We'll get another good game out of these two, and it'll be worth it then. That was weird. I don't understand. Ah. Sorry guys, won't be a sec.
Ahura Mazda bless.
Oh sweet. Yeah, sorry about that guys. We'll get the game underway again. Another watering hole. Okay, we'll go Treasure Island, Madlib selected. Alright, well we might be back in a minute. I think Kevin just went to go pee. Thank you for the follow. Alright, so we're underway for another Celt versus Persia. So this time, we're on Treasure Island rather than Watering Hole. Caven is spawning in the top right side as the red
Blessings upon you.
Celt player. Thank you. Thank you for the blessings. And in the bottom left hand side, as the blue Persian player, we've got Madlib. So Madlib's going to throw down an early barracks. Caben just about to get the wood for his too. So he's hiding the barracks as well, Madlib. It's funny like that. Scouting out the wood line just to make sure Caben's not going for a early dock play. Instead there's a barracks being thrown up from Caben. Caben, in the meanwhile, is trying to scout Madlib out directly. So Caben is not going to know about the barracks. Going to play a bit of a guessing game at this stage. We'll have to see if he's going to have taken the barracks or if he's going to have gone for a dock. So it's not too bad of a play by Madlib by having hidden it down the back like that. Now Caben is unsure, but he's going to see it now, just as the Sparbara has popped. That's not too bad scouting there from Caben either. Now they're checking out where the expansion hunts are going to be on Caben's side of the map. Got some Spearmen and some Sparbara. Both players opting for a fairly standard opening, even though there is such a big, vast opening of water just down next to their bases. So, to see if they transition later on in the game, or if they just continue to try and duke it out on the land. So Madlib actually kiting a wolf back to the storehouse, so that's an extra 75 food for him as well. Caben trying to take out the wolves in between himself and his opponent because he wants to be able to try and push into him. There's no A10 tech just as of yet from the Persian player. We're going to wait until he sees the Celt move into him. So right now they're playing a little bit greedy. Probably could have queued that up by now. But now here we go. So Caben bringing everything in. Madlib's going to probably be forced to take this. 6 Barbara versus 6 Spearmen and the Scout. Nice pickup here from Caben. You get that low Sparbara micro out the Spearmen. Come in for the attack again early, so that's really good micro from Caben here. Equally good micro from Madlib by the look of it though. Still hasn't queued up the A10 just yet, so we've got 6v4 now actually, so Sparbara do win out in the end. Madlib backing off from the hunt just as it finishes off. So he's not able to get any good pressure out of that Caben. Losing a couple Spearmen, nothing major, but in the meantime, Madlib transitioning to the dock. Caben is also doing the same. Slightly slower on it though. And he is still down on the land population, so to speak. So Madlib doing a good job at securing himself. Caben, he's just going to have to try something else, something new. But I do have faith in him. He is quite a strong player. In the last 2 games he's done some quite phenomenal stuff, considering how well trained, how well seasoned Madlib is playing at the moment. Extremely strong right now. Another dock for Madlib coming out. Only the one for Caben, but there is a second dock actually being constructed. So both players looking for very similar openings here. The age up timings extremely similar. So Caben actually pulling ahead in terms of his population because he's got his swan ship in queue already. Madlib hasn't actually got one on the way just yet. Opting to get his handsaw upgrade first. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the winning strategy for him, because it's going to put him a bit on the back foot on the warm water army. He's got his galley on the way now, but the swan ship, a bit more of an expensive, bit of a stronger ship. Galley's quite a cheap ship, but quite a weak ship in comparison, from what I know. Could be wrong, but just judging by the resource costs, 50 less food, 50 less wood, and 25 less of each. Actually, no, that's wrong too. 50 gold less, 25 wood less. Sorry for being dyslexic there. Gonna see a interesting water battle here as the second galley pops out. Either player wants to take any damage here, so Caben backing off. Madlib having the second galley there to back himself up. Caben opting for his handsaw upgrade as well, so both players in quite a similar spot at the moment. To see where Madlib and Caben take us from here. So a third swan ship on the way, fourth galley on the way. Both players really want to try and take this water, or at least hold their position on it, because it is a lot of food. 1,000 food per fish stock, so each school of fish is worth about as much as a hunt, maybe even a little bit more. And here we see both players doing what they do best. They're crazy micro. They're having to back off again. Hasn't been a lot more produced on the land by either player at the moment, just because they're so content to try and force out more on the water. And it looks like Caben's doing a bit better job at having a lot of food, but he's got that much in the bank, and it could have been put into something else, I guess. So he does have the 4 swan ships, sorry, versus 6 galleys, so this could be quite an interesting fight on the water. But Caben's probably going to try and make something happen on the land at the same time, so well, the swan ship's getting a good number of hits off on the first galley, so that's a bit costly for Madlib there. But he's going to get a good hit, equally good hit on the swan ship. They're going to try and chip down at these swan ships, but they don't do anywhere near the damage, so the Persian player is at a little bit of a disadvantage here on the water. And both players seem to be doing quite a good job at microing, but Caben securing a couple of really nice hits there, putting his army in a good spot here. Madlib is just sort of running out of puff with these galleys. The swan ship count is greater than the galley count. He just loses another 2. Madlib is really going to have to make something happen on the land here. Got a whole bunch more galleys queued up, but another one's taking a whole bunch of hits, and it's just not being microed that well. Must have been bound to the same hotkey or something, because it falls too. And in the meantime, these workers will come in and pick off Madlib's villages on this second town center. Gee, they have to reposition at the back of it, and instead the mixed infantry army tries to take on all the Sparbara and manages to kill most of them as Madlib falls on the water too. So Madlib in a really tough spot at the moment, down 30 population. He's got the second town center though, so Caben has only got 2 stone gatherers at the moment, hasn't got the second town center on the way yet. He does have the water dominance though, and he's going to lead this big army of swan ships around. Going to try and take out Madlib's docks, and then maybe delete the swan ships and just flood his opponent on the land, because he's going to be able to come in here and deal a lot of damage. He's outside of town center range here, so Madlib doesn't even have the aid 10 at the moment, so he's going to have to bring everything back here. A lot of villages being pulled back towards the town center, so this is really, really good for Caben. And on the land, on the water, there's nothing being queued up at all, so Caben is really making Madlib work to try and stay alive right now. Caben, small force in Madlib's base, chipping off at the archers, but I think it's going to fall now, and he's going to have to try and remax and try and make something else happen. Madlib trying to scout out openings on the top side of the land at the moment. He's Caban has him locked onto the land. There's just so many swan ships out here. Madlib is just disinterested at trying to retake the land. He's got the second town centre up instead. He's on 38 villages versus 41 for Caban. So Caban in a nice spot with the dual dock advantage, despite being the town centre down. And his is on the way, because that pressure that he put on then, it hurt Madlib quite a bit. But there is a lot of villages that are low but not quite finished off too, so things can always go better during the raids for both players, so to speak. And now the last of the docks falls, so I think a couple of the swan ships are going to get deleted. And the rest of them are going to be set to patrol. Madlib in the meantime has massed up a good land force in the meantime. Caban a little bit on the back foot on the land after losing so much, so to speak. He is up in terms of his worker count, but his army count's not that large, and he has a lot of population locked up in the swan ships. Like, they're 3 population each, I think. So, being 3 population ships, and if he's got 5 of them, basically, Madlib is a much bigger land population right now. He does have a lot of workers all queued up. And strangely enough, oh no, that's Caban, sorry. Does have a lot of those workers queued up too. That's really going to be inflating his population. So I think the population's a bit deceiving. Madlib only has what he needs in queue. Caban has 20 villages queued up. Sorry, not 20. 10 villages queued up out of the one town centre. And a whole bunch queued up out of the others, so Madlib's actually got a little bit more on the field right now. So I think if he takes a good fight, he could really start to turn the tide of this battle. But in saying that, Caban is starting to get his Celt macro on the land underway. He's got Sacred Grove, he's got an archery range on the way, he's got another archery range already here, along with his barracks. A couple of barracks, probably could do with a third. And I think he'll be in a really nice spot too, because he's got this water advantage, and he looks set to keep it. Madlib forced to take the Elior market just to make up for that, because without this he would probably fall behind economically, I think. And being Treasure Island, there's the access to all the golden stone over on this island as well. So the Treasure Island has, at this stage, been won by Caban. It can be won back, but it is a tough fight to win it once it's been won by the other player, well and truly. So there's a big fight. There's a big fighting force here on the land for Madlib, and I think he's just going to look at maxing out and pushing in. He's got a nice number of Asabara, and his Celt opponent isn't in Age 3 yet, so there's not going to be a way of dealing with this terribly easily. Spearman Champion is just about to finish up, and that's going to mean the cavalry are going to fall faster to them, but in saying that, without his Age 3, without Bard Hall upgrades, he's not going to be able to catch the cavalry. As soon as Caban is opting to take the gold, the cavalry have come in to pick them all the workers off, so this is really bad for Caban. All these workers are going to fall down, and the army's not going to be able to get there in time to respond. There's just so many Asabara here. They're just going to be able to back out in this little passage, I think. Make it out past the houses, and it's a really, really nice raid there from Madlib, who's managed to give himself a bit more of a worker lead now. But again, Caban is on the water, so a lot of that lead is negated by the fact that, yeah, the ships are basically 2 workers. And this is a reasonably sized force from Caban here. Age 3 from Madlib finishing up soon. But army upgrades to Caban finishing up too, and he's in the position to start taking his 3rd town centre too, so Madlib going to try and make something happen. Backing out from the docks, because he knows if he sticks around there too long, the ships are going to be back, so he might as well try and get some villages. But in the meantime, Caban rallying his spearmen back, try and deal with this, and keep his ranged and his longswordsmen up, just to try and apply some pressure of his own. So the 3rd town centre of Caban's is going to be denied by Madlib. It's a nice pickup from him. He's going to try and deny the stables as well, possibly. Yes, he will. And try and get some kills, but he's out of there as well before the army can show up. And in the meantime, back at his home base, there's a lot of slingers to deal with here. And a lot of druids to deal with too. So Madlib's forced to have to scramble to come back to defend against this. His age 3 has kicked in. He's going to try and take his third town centre behind this. He's going to get a couple of towers to help try and defend his army too. And a lot of Caben's forces are really going to get sandwiched by the cavalry now. So Caben sort of picked out here. All these slingers are going to die extremely quickly now to the Asabara. So Caben is going to be able to remax behind this, but Madlib is going to have a lot more resources to do so next fight. So it's going to be an interesting struggle here. And Caben hasn't thrown down his third again. Madlib is throwing down his. He's got it on the way. So Madlib has managed to turn it around from a position where he was down the town centre to him being up in the town centre in production. So he's in a nice spot right now, but he just needs to be careful with his cavalry. But in the meantime, it's a nice spot for Caben to be in. He's got the wall finishing up there, stopping the cavalry from being able to flank to the left and get in amongst all the production facilities and houses. And reasonable sized force for Caben here. He's only down by about 12 population. And that gap seems to be really thinning right now. In fact, he's slightly won it back now. Madlib's bowman may be a little bit overextended right now, but he's doing a good job at microing them onto different targets. He's going to lose a couple more as well, so Caben managing to hold off again. Meantime though, Madlib going to try and raid at the storehouse down here, try and deny the opportunity to expand onto this hunt later on in the game. Try and maybe find a passage up here to flank into. Meantime, there is a whole bunch of horsemen coming across, so they're going to be able to do a good amount of damage, but they do miss them. So the Asabara sneak past the horsemen and get a good connection with a couple of villages here. So he does manage to snipe a couple of villages and back out. So Madlib again with really surgical use of his Asabara, but he needs to be careful now because they're running straight past the swan ships. And a couple of them do fall, a third. Loses 3 Asabara, who probably didn't really need to there, and 4th. And now a lot of them are really quite low too, so. Madlib again, sort of having to back off and scramble his forces again. But if he can catch Caben from behind here, this might be a really nice position for him to be in. He is actually up his third town centre. Caben's is still not on the way just yet, I don't think. He's taking a later market too, so all these units of Caben's have come right into Madlib's base. He's found a nice opening in amongst all the buildings and he's killed a good amount of caravans and workers already. But right behind him, here comes Madlib's army and all the bowmen are right at the back, so a couple of the bowmen are going to get picked off really easily. And now we've got Caben using Madlib's base to try and keep alive right now. It's a really interesting sort of spot to be caught in. Madlib might have done it. He's got his opponent surrounded in his own base, and Caben actually has a nice bank of wood and food. He just doesn't have a lot of gold. Neither does Madlib. And Madlib's gold mine here is really being denied by this while all this is going on. So Madlib does manage to eviscerate Caben's forces here, but Caben's only down by about 30 supply, and he does have a good bank. He's got army upgrades up on the way, more units in production. A lot of caravans for Madlib actually fell then. He might need to get another couple more. He's throwing down another market to be able to do so. Getting some immortal camps. Looking at transitioning into a proper age 3 composition for a Persian player. Getting a whole bunch of mounted archers now. Good walling here from both players. Really nice to see. Some use of the walls. Celt player has walled off all except for just a little choke section here. Persian player has pretty much done the same. And on the water, yep, Caben's actually taken the upgrade for the nets. So Caben's food economy has fared really, really well this game. Only up in 5 food gatherers, but been 5 really, really solid food gatherers for him. So right now we've got some army upgrades finishing up for both players. There's a big force here for Madlib. Caben, likewise, also has a big force, but he is still 20 population down. He's just taking his 3rd base now. So if Madlib manages to capitalise on this, this could be really messy for him. The docks are starting to slowly exceed their usefulness. Unless Caben wishes to sneak down here and try and gather from the closer waters. Cut down on the travel time. A lot of these forces of Madlib's are quite low, and like I said, he's got the aid tent, so really all he has to do is just park his units littered in amongst his storehouses and get all this free healing, considering he's got so many damaged units, but he's going to take a forward fortress now, so if Caben pushes in here, it could be make or break. 3 army upgrades, 2 of them in queue for both players. Actually, sorry, Caben got a 3rd in queue behind those. And Caben actually missing Madlib's fortress, but not by a great deal, and he's going to go straight onto Madlib's walls by the look of it, so this could be a very dicey game for both players very quickly from here. Madlib's walls being chipped away at and his market line well and truly exposed. Caben splits his army up right now. It could be very hairy for Madlib to try and tidy all this up. Whole bunch of, basically half of Madlib's gold economy being just decimated before our very eyes. Whoops. And Madlib forced that and try and scramble his troops back in. He probably should try and pull his cavalry out to try and catch up with Caben's force. He's running his army further and further at the back of Madlib to try and get him caught in a really nice choke here, and I think he might have done it. But in saying that, Madlib just has so much of a larger army, I think, now that all of his caravans have died off and a lot of his workers have died off, and he's remaxed with more army, and all of Caben's forces go down, so Caben at 30 population down with siege tech to come. So things are looking very scary for him. Madlib having parked his forces near the A10 for a sec before rallying back up to try and make something happen. Caben getting a couple of gates here just to try and be able to push out through here. Finishing off the wall section in the mid-map, but it's not going to be enough, I don't think. He's got age 4 queued up, but is this the right play? Because he needs to get the 4th town centre down in time to get something out of this. Otherwise, Madlib is going to realise he's just locked up 3,500 resources for an age up and push straight into him. And unless he gets that 4th town centre down, which is another 600 resource investment, it could pretty much be over. But there's a whole bunch of Carpentoms coming out too, which is also I guess another good idea, considering that he has taken the age 4. That's probably what he took it for. Get the Carpentoms, try and hold off long enough to get the age 4 town centre out. And Madlib, he's just getting in this position where he can get his own age up and push in, so both players quite snug here. Madlib denying a storehouse, a wash post, sorry, but a guard tower being thrown down here for Caben, so this could be quite interesting. Caben is going to catch this raid from Madlib in the meantime. I think Madlib has realised there's a tower being built in the wall section there. Another fortress being thrown down from Madlib. So Madlib doing a good wall creep here. By the same token, this is a nice force of Caben's. Tower of Cabins is actually going to finish up right now. It's really interesting. Madlib's finally going to have seen it. The fourth town centre of Cabins being thrown down. Madlib. He's getting War Wagon champion actually. Whole bunch of gold being mined by Madlib too. Hasn't really got the wood to be able to get his fourth town centre. Oh no, he does have his fourth town centre on the way, but he doesn't have any wood either, so he's got to scramble to gather some more of that. A flank here from Caban that doesn't go down so well because of the fortress there to defend everything. Both players just sort of walling up the top side. So a whole bunch more Carpentoms. Odd Canaries being finished up, so that's the age 4 tech for the damage. Meanwhile, Shield Boss, the age 4 armor tech against it, is finishing up for Madlib. So both players getting into late game tech transition. Late game upgrade, sorry. And here we go. Some a war wagon and a Palantonon, so some late game siege coming out for the Persian player. Celt player has all of his age 4 cavalry and his age 3 cavalry snugly at the back here, but does he have enough to try and defend here? He's maxed out on population with all these big population count units. Persian player on the other hand, a lot of 1 population army here. All this is siege tucked in well behind it. Doing a good job at defending the Palantonon. Is he going to get another possibly? Where do you intend to go from here, Madlib? Good hit. Nice connect. The ram is going to fall in time. Just as another couple of war wagons pop. And the Palantonon finishes up, but it's awkwardly positioned right now. It's probably going to fall. There's a ram here just about to ship into the fortress. It's not going to be enough to destroy it itself, but another one of these and he might be able to do it, Caban. In the meantime, is there enough here in the middle? He's chipped down all of the bowmen. A lot of the Carpentoms, sorry, are just well within the range of the fortresses, and Madlib's able to defend. He's able to keep rallying more units right here in the mid-map. Things are going to really start to look hairy for Caban soon. He's starting to really run out of resources. He's really only got this gold mine. And where is his other gold mine? This one here. So Caban down to the 1 gold mine. He's going to have to look at expanding. Expand or die. There's a gold mine here, 2 gold mines here, and this has only got 800 left, so Caban in a very tight spot. Madlib in the same sort of position. He's got his main gold mine still too. Don't think he realizes yet he's still actually got this. And in the mid map there's not a lot of gold. Someone's going to have to try and take for that top side one. Madlib's just finally realised. So both players quite limited in terms of how much gold they've got left at this stage of the game on this map. The villagers being caught out there. Caban got a lot of upgrades in queue at this stage of the game, so it'll be interesting to see if he's actually got the upgrades to hold on to them. I mean, got the gold to hold on to that and make use of that. Madlib is a nice force here. He's maxed out on population. Caban not quite maxed out on population, and his gold amount is looking a little bit scarier. So Madlib able to push really heavily into his opponent. He's even got the Palantonons here to deal with the fortresses as they come up. So production facilities even being targeted by the forward one, but they are just about to be packed up to move even closer forward, I believe. Ooh, a couple of missed microed stone throwers right into the army of Madlib, which is going to be really nice for him. But at the same token, while this is going on, all the Carpentoms are picking down all the army of Madlib, and Madlib is up by 15 supply, but oh no, he's only up by about 10 at the moment. Caban is going to get the fortress up just in time, but there is still a Palantonon to deal with it. But it's actually targeting the army, which is really not good for Madlib. But now it's actually chunking the fortress, not good for Caban. And now it falls, so Caban is really on the back foot right now. He needs to make something happen. He still doesn't have a lot of gold income, neither does Madlib. Both players making it happen with every last bit of what they've got. Madlib's still just about maxed up. Caban actually falling down to about 50 supply below him. Back at 100, 150, 160 now. A lot in production though. And this main town centre. GG. Caban resigns. That was a really nice game from Caban actually. A couple of times there he really could have stuck the knife in, I think. But Madlib, he persisted. Madlib is just really strong, really hard to shake in the mid game. Even if you get early advantages over him, it is hard to put him away. Very strong play from both players. Really nice game to watch, that one. Bit surprised Caban didn't make a push to try and get on that, and at the same token, Madlib had half that gold mine left in the end. Half his original gold mine. Oh well, the things you see, I suppose. So GG guys. Wonderful game there from both players. Why is this flipped? Alright, so scores are all updated. I have to get on to the next two players. So we've got Dak. Dak and Rizor, I believe, are the next two contestants. So I'll just get on to them. Alright, so where are Dak and Rizor? Dak's here. I'm not sure where Rizor is. Where is Sky Captain? Where the is Rizal? Okay. No Rizal. Hmm. Hmm. I'll try and get the game underway. Alright, looks like Alzeris is stepping up to the plate then. Hmm. Maybe not. Who wants to come play? Alright, Casper's coming. Alright guys, so we are back, and I believe Vindicator v Crimson's going to kick off while this is underway as well, so... Casper told me not to smoke so much. Alright, so equal footing is going to be map number 1 for the last series of tonight for the show matches. Today for you guys, tonight for me. And Crimson v Vindicator should be up on Spaniard's channel at the moment if you guys want to watch that as well. Either during or after this, either or. No hard feelings for walking out on me like that. So we've got Casper as the red Babylonian player in the top corner. And we've got Dak as the blue Celt player in the bottom corner. So I've probably already mentioned that Casper's from Poland while Dak is from Italy. And Dak's taking his rear hunt. Casper at the moment gathering just all of his wood. Wants to try and force out an early barracks, I believe. Has found his first hunt now. A little bit slower than his opponent, but he's just opted for the early wood instead. Probably get that quicker barracks. Yeah, there we go. Now he's throwing down the quicker barracks. Dak, in the meanwhile, hasn't got his just yet. He's got to get another 50 wood, sorry, to be able to get his. Just starting to gather his wood now off the tree at the storehouse, so not too bad of an idea, rather than having to invest in a storehouse or gather the wood from next to the TC, because it is a slightly longer walking distance. But in saying that, he's got to walk all the way there anyway, so he probably could have just kept gathering there off that same spot. Casper throwing down the barracks. Yep, should be all good. So, barracks is finished just as Dax is just going up. So Casper in a much nicer spot so far, but get back to work. There's no actual spearmen coming out just yet. So all this advantage is going to be cut down by the fact that Dak has got these 2 workers there, and the spearman is only just being queued up now. So Dak sort of does have a bit of breathing space now. So he's hitting his second storehouse. Casper's got 2 ox carts at this stage. Isn't taking any gold at the moment. Got his second spear finishing up. Third could be on the way, but it's not just yet. Casper, plenty of food though. I don't think he realises just how generous the Babylonian food economy is early on. He's got 6 villages there already. But in saying that, he could just trying to go for a quick age 2 as well. A couple of houses being thrown down for the Celt player because he needs to get them in order to actually age. But he needs to also get a lot of food compared to the other civs. Casper has plenty of food in the bank at the moment. He just doesn't seem to be making any use of it at the moment. He stopped producing villages for the time being. Got the ziggurat on the way. There we go. He's got a couple of villages queued up. Nothing coming out of the barracks at the moment though. And there's 4 spears of Dax just pacing back and forth. Dax going on the stone. Nice little hard hats on his workers. They look cool. I'll just jump out of the game. Help them lag less. Dax sending some spearmen around. We're going to try and make something happen with them. Actually taking a storehouse on his berries rather than opting for trying to go for the forward hunt, because it's just going to be easy to defend. Getting a picker's gloves on in the meantime as well. Oh, he's just managing to avoid rallying any, taking any damage from the rhino charge. Rallying back and forth momentarily. He was expecting to actually take some damage from that, because the rhinos, for one of the aggressive hunts, I think they actually hit the hardest. Other than maybe elephants and like the big huntable ones that like aren't automatically attackable. Like out of the ones that are automatically aggro, I think they're the ones that actually hit hardest. But it's not too good considering he's only going to snipe the one villager. He probably could have come in with a couple more spears then. Maybe pulled out slightly faster too, because he's going to trade the 2 spears for the 1 villager. Although it is something, I suppose, because probably should be up in terms of his. Oh no, I suppose the Babylonian player gets that, but still, not the worst, not the best engage. Probably could have had, yeah, all of his spears there to try and get 2 or 3 villagers and pull out a little bit quicker. Because Casper in the meantime is going to get a quick H2 town center. Dak is getting a lot of stone. Has actually cut villager protection. Hasn't actually got any age or villagers on the way, which is a bit scary for him. Casper's actually had that cancelled because of the tree that's there, so I don't think he actually realizes this. He's getting a bunch of upgrades in the meantime, but he's not actually got his town center under construction because the tree that he didn't know has actually denied that building. So he's getting stables and archery range, and he's going to spend a lot of wood, and I don't think he's going to realize, and I think he's going to be going, oh bugger. And now Dak is in a position, taking his age up. Does have a lot of stone that he probably didn't need to get all of. Casper just trying to desperately get a bit more wood, try and squeeze out that 3rd town center. It's not going to be much faster than Dak's though, considering now Dak has aged up as well. So what could have been a nice early macro advantage over Dak did sort of get screwed over by that tree. In the meantime, Dak is introducing some longswordsmen to his composition. Casper is really just waiting on the 1-1-1 buildings all to finish up, and is going to start adding to them in a sec. He's got all 3 of his upgrades queued up. I'm not quite sure as to why. He's still got his scout alive somewhere. Yes, he does. In fact, his scout has only taken 3 damage, so Casper's done a good job of keeping his scout alive. Dak's actually going to try and scout with a spearman at this stage. Try and see what his opponent's got. He just needs to produce a bit more behind this, but he's not doing too bad at the moment, Dak. Does need to spend a little bit more though. He needs to get a couple more houses down too. Town center's finishing up now. Not too far behind Casper's, so that's good for him. But Dak's production isn't as well optimized as Casper's, I don't think. He's only got the 1 villager actually training out of this first town center, so there we go. Dak's actually got a nice population lead over Casper, who's only up by 2 workers when he could be up by about 3 or 4 at this stage. There's some cavalry coming out for Casper now. He's going to try and flank and deal some damage with his raiding cavalry. The lancers good against infantry, and all cavalry are good against workers, so This could be quite devastating for Dak. So they're going to come and attack these workers that are quite far away from the town centre. He's going to pick one of them off. Even pick a second, but they are going to get rallied back. He's not going to be able to get a second, I don't think, but he's going to save the cavalry. That's good use of the cavalry there from Caspar, but he needs to be careful not to run into these from Dak, so... Did he get pharmacology? I thought he did. Yeah, so he has got pharmacology, so his units do slowly regenerate health too, which is another useful tech of the Babylonians that the Celts don't actually get. In the meantime, Celts do get good tech to actually make their infantry faster and tankier, so it's a bit of a trade-off between the two stacks, but two civs, sorry, but it's a bit of an odd engagement. There's a big infantry composition from Dak, but it sort of isn't microed terribly well onto the force of Caspar, who's pushing him back right now, and a whole bunch of production being thrown up from Dak behind this to try and stay in this one, I think. He does have more population, but most of it's in queue. It's actually really down by about 10 population. Nice use of the lancers, and there's not a lot of... There's only the long swordsmen. There's only one or two spearmen in amongst this, which means that the lancers are going to be able to make some great trades along with the bowmen. So Dak isn't going to fare too well against this force. It's really mixed force from Caspar's doing a nice job. But this single slinger is going to put in the work against the bowman. He managed to fell two bowmen before he falls, so... Caspar is going to chip away at a lot of these villages of Dak's here at the back too. What's he doing? Looking at his base. A lot of units of Dak's having to fall back to the town centre. He's had to garrison 11 villages after this. But Caspar hasn't sent anything in to back this up, and it's all going to fall in the end, so... He has given himself a nice lead with this though. And Dak is a little bit rattled after that. He hasn't got any workers coming out of either town centre at this point. So he's down to 34 workers to Caspar's 40. So Caspar, I think, had actually cut workers for a lot of that stage. But in saying that, had also basically forced Dak off a lot of gathering on another 10 or so workers. So that's really huge. Dak, at the moment, is really scrambling to gather as much as he can. He's got a lot of gold in the bank, and he really needs to work on his food economy at the moment. Maybe look at getting a grove down to get some sacred deer out. But I don't know how he's going to fare, considering Caspar is ready to go again. But in saying that, it's nice to see this big slinger transition from Dak, because it's going to really deny a lot of the cavalry. But there is some shield bearers mixed in amongst this from Caspar, and he has the food to get a lot more, and they are really, really good against the ranged units, and just a good frontline army. And Caspar has hit age 3 behind this, so he's going to be able to take his third town centre not too slowly behind this. Sacred Grove coming down from Dak, but it's not in the best of positions. But Caspar, does he have enough forces to actually take this fight? Because Dak has actually got a bigger force here. I think Dak might be able to defend this. Dak is going to hold. Caspar doesn't actually have any production coming in at the moment. He's really been quite sloppy on his villager production, so Dak has been able to repel him. Caspar retreating now. Dak on the attack. Well, he's sort of just defending at this stage. Caspar has a lot of upgrades in queue though. All of his age 3 unit upgrades for Shield Bearer, Slinger, Bowman and Lancer. So that's 4 of them kicking in at once, whereas Dak still hasn't really got any upgrades yet because he's just in his age 2 comp, still in age 2, and he's got a lot of idle villages at the moment too, so that's not too good for him. Still down by about 11 villages. Some more lancers coming in. Casper's actually going to pick that one off for him and say, alright, I'll let you free up that population slot, I'll be generous, and you can build another one of those at home. Casper coming in around from the backside of his opponent's base, taking out the Rhino first. He lets his heal up, giving himself the time to work up around his base. Planning some more stuff. Dak on the other hand, a lot of spearmen on long swordsmen again. Still stuck in the age 2 on the Celts, taking another barracks. Might have to look at aging up soon, but is Casper going to let him get there? So Casper, he's coming around from behind, he's going to try and snipe the villager building the armory, so he's going to get this, I think. He might even get the armory out of this and be able to back out completely losslessly. He will do. He's going to try and snipe some more villagers, kills one of them. Is he going to get everything out of this? Yes, he is. So all 4 of the Lancers do survive. He's sniped a couple of villages of Dax. He's up by 14 villagers now, so he's doing a good job at this, Casper. He's just seeing everything he's got around the backside of his base too, so done a good job with these harassing Lancers. In the meantime, Dak, he's floundering a little bit. He's still sort of on par in terms of his production, but he is down in terms of villagers overall. His army size is actually probably a little bit larger than Casper's, but unless he can try and push in and break him here, I think the raiding cavalry are just constantly going to chip him down to the point where there'll be nothing left. There's the 3rd town centre for Casper finished up. And the 2nd town centre. Oh, there's a lot of workers here standing around just doing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Come on guys, this isn't a government job. All the cavalry, all slowly healing up, all coming back to help defend. These workers, all fast asleep. Lights are on and nobody's home. Oh, but is Dak going to be able to take this? He's got a lot of troops here trying to take this. He's already got it down about a third, about halfway nearly, but there's just so much here from Casper to help try and defend, and now he's lost his edge of a unit count, really. And these slingers need to be microed straight onto the range, otherwise there's not going to be much they're going to be getting out of this, so all the Lancers are really going to mop up all these slingers. I don't know if Dak's going to have much to be able to hold out if Casper rallies into him now. He does have a sizable force at home though. More production facilities being thrown down from the Babylonian player. A good number of gardens here as well, generating that food over time. And he's throwing down his really defensive markets. Casper is quite known for his really defensive market positioning. He's got a nice force of units here, ready to make their way in. Dak is putting a nice wall at the back of his base, try and prevent any cavalry from flanking. There is just a score lead starting to become a little bit evident, I think. Casper in a really nice spot. If he just gathers some more gold, I think he's in a position to finish off Dak, but in saying that, Dak has done a good job at defending every time Casper's come into his base. Microed everything back, and then yeah, Casper's retreating because he doesn't know if he wants to commit to this fight yet. He doesn't really actually have that much here because he's got all these units at home still, so he sort of needs to meet his army up first before he can overwhelm Dak. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Dak is doing a good enough job at maxing out himself and taking upgrades that he might not be able to do that without more raids. So now these walls are finishing off, so Dak, really nice job on the dual wall. Casper is really forced to have to try and attack it through here, here, and here. So Dak's actually reasonably well defended right now. Casper, likewise. His main base is quite defended, it's just that he's got some outlying town centres that can eventually be taken. Should he and his opponent get a little bit further into this game, because Dak has his age 3 now. He just needs to get that third town centre down somewhere. A whole bunch of production facilities coming down as well. He's getting all his stables, getting the town centre. Doing a better job at that than he has in previous weeks. He's doing, yeah, certainly improving as a player. This is a big, nice fighting force of Dax here too, so Casper's going to have to try and hit max and then push in, I think. And he's getting the last couple of houses at the back of his base. All the caravans coming in too, just to help secure the gold income. I think Casper could probably make use of some more shield bearers at this stage. Oh, and Dak, that's not going to be too good for him. All those villagers have built the gold mine, but they're not gathering from it. Quite costly. Third town centre for Dak is finished up now, and he's going to look at gathering from this gold mine over here. Taking the gold. Doesn't need to get the storehouse, just take the gold mine. Just destroy the storehouse, get the gold mine. Nice big force of Casper's coming in to raid now though. Into fight, sorry. So Dak's going to have to be careful here because his forces are too split up. He's going to lose everything. The Woad Raiders are going to get annihilated by the Lancers. They're not going to be able to make it onto the ranged at all, so this tower's finished up just in time to be able to contribute to the fight though. And the houses are in a nice spot too. And the bearers just sort of running around, meandering, no idea where to go. There's not really a nice critical mass of bowmen to be actually able to pick through all the infantry. There's not enough slingers to be able to kill off all the Celt slingers here, so it's fairly strange sort of fight going on right now. Not sure who's going to come out on top here. I don't know if Dak's got enough to be able to hold because there's just so much of the Babylonian force just built up at the back here. Casper's finally managed to break into Dak's base and might have done it. There's just all these longswords popping out, but it's sort of the worst of the units he could have right now. I think this might be it for Dak. Casper just has so much more in the bank, and Dak so low on food, so low on gold, especially for a Celt player. It's looking really dire. He's going to lose his forward tower. Looks relatively unopposed. More production, more income of Dax is being shut down. He's not gathering any stone anymore now. The villager count is down to 54 versus 75 for Casper, who's really chipping away at the Woads over here on the right, though with all this range, so that's not such a good fight to be taking. Casper's force has largely been thinned out, but he's managed to train up another one behind this, and Dak's production is bruted at this stage. There's not enough food incoming to be actually able to spend. Not enough gold income to be able to spend, and he's not getting any stone, so he can't tower up and turtle up behind. So Casper's just managing to flood into him with this big bank of resources. There's even a siege tower, a couple of siege towers, one on the way, one out in the field. So things are looking really, really hairy for Dak at this stage. But he's down, but not out. He's still massing up what he can. I don't know if there's going to be enough for him to be able to defend with, because he's just down to 48 villagers. Casper's up to 80. He's not actually producing anything more, but there's just so much more. His population is over 100 more. All the villagers having to retreat all the way to the back, where there is a couple of towers, but I think this is pretty much it. The siege towers are on the way. Dak is really only surviving off, well, he isn't actually gathering any food at the moment, so I don't think he is surviving. I think it's pretty much a GG at this point. A couple of buildings in the back of Dak's base being thrown down, but I think it's definitely too little too late. GG. So I think if Dak really didn't have such a long time without training villagers, he'd have done well. Alright, so one more game to go, guys. Or 2 more games. If Dak can do it, if Dak can rally.
Ahura Mazda, bless.
Alright, so we got thank you for the blessing, for the follow. But yeah, we've got 1 more game left. Or 2 more games left. If Dak can do it. It's effectively match point right now. Make or break. Dak's just saying he hates the Knights of Babylon, the Lancers. Yeah, guys, Spaniard's actually streaming a tournament game right now. We are just about to start with this as well. Sheltered Pass is the map for game 2 in Dak versus Casper, as opted for by Dak. We're going to have another Babylonian versus Celt game. And thank you for the follow. So spawning in the bottom left corner, bottom right corner, we've got Dak as the red Celt player, and then in the top left corner as the blue Babylonian player we have Casper. So to start with, both players are taking their hunts. Casper obviously looking at taking everything straight away. Hasn't actually opted to get as much wood this time, or he's maybe found the hunt a little bit quicker, so he's actually forced to gather a little bit more wood. We'll see if both players play as aggressively with the spears as they have. But again, it's another map where there's not a terribly huge amount of rush distance, but it is a little bit of a bigger map as well. Just the fact that there's such these big passes down the middle is what makes it feel like a small map, but it's really a medium-sized map. Anyway, there's a barracks of Casper's being thrown down. Dak's getting hunting dogs, which is actually quite greedy. He's going to be unable to produce spears for a little while. He's going to need a lot of wood. Casper's barracks is going to be finished up soon. But in saying that, if the hunting dogs finishes up and Casper doesn't punish it, he could come out ahead. You never know. Casper's barracks is just about finished. Dak has just got the wood for his, so So early spears for Casper are all coming out. They weren't out straight away though. Meanwhile, Dak, his barracks is just finished up. There's 3 spears for Casper already. Dak is just about to train his first, so Casper's going to see this hunt of Dak's. More towards the rear of the base, but not in the hardest spot to try and raid, because he's only really got to come down here. Casper, he's got three spears. Not actually opting to pressure Dak at this stage, just sitting back, hanging tight. Dak actually throwing down a second barracks already. The forward hunt being taken by Dak as well. And the berries. So he's really going to be playing around a heavy food economy here, I think. He's already got hunting dogs. He might be looking to get pickers behind this as well. He's going for something really aggressive, possibly. A 2-rack style play. Really cool to see someone play a rush. Alright, here we go. Dak's going for a 2-racks. Yeah, bloody. This is what I came to see. I don't know about you guys. I'll just fix this up. Alright, so H2 for Casper. But Dak's got a good number of spears. Could have a couple more though at this stage. Could be bringing those up with it. And meanwhile, Casper, he's going to look at trying to expand over to this hunt down here. Those spears now are going to be a little bit away from the base. And there's no other no other army of Caspers at this stage. But Dak hasn't found anything to attack straight away. He's just sort of having a look and see what he can try and take that's more than just a single worker. Gonna lose this first spearman though. And Dak really only forcing a worker pull from Casper at this stage. He's throwing down an archery range to help deal with the spearmen. Now one of the houses has fallen. He might be able to take the other one here. Casper's actually housed at this stage. Needs to get another house up. And the second house falling, it could be quite drastic for him. He really needs to throw up another house. Casper. He's got the wood though. I don't understand. He's throwing down the town centre, but in saying that, he's 7 population over, so Dak's going to be able to kill these workers, and there's nothing that Casper can do about it. And if he had perfect production out of the 2 barracks in that position, he can outright win. In fact, this is a really nice push from him. I didn't actually see this. If he can snipe the barracks, all the range at this point, he can actually push to win. He keeps up constant production across both barracks. He doesn't even need to take the upgrade for his spears, and he can take the town centre. So this is really, really interesting early game pressure from Dak, but can Casper hold? Because if he had approached this a little bit differently, I think he'd probably be in a lot better position than he is. Dak is actually running in a lot of units to try and take the range and try and kill off as much of Casper's production. The second town centre is going to finish, but it's not what Casper actually has on the field. And Dak has forced him off the gold. And try and take the ox cart out. He'd probably be best off focusing down the bowmen as quickly as possible, because they will kill your spears extremely quickly. bit tough with the tree there in the way as well, but yeah, he really needs to sort of optimize his focus, but that was a good push from him in saying that. The last of the spears is going to fall, but Caspar is down to only 21 villagers, so he, despite having the earlier second town centre, still only on even workers. He really has nothing in the bank, whereas Dak has a lot of resources in the bank. Slightly better, slightly more optimal spending, especially if you're going to get wood like that. Cut it, throw down more barracks and just push to win. Personally, is what I probably would look at doing in that situation. This isn't too bad of a fighting force too, because there's not really much here for Caspar to defend with, and he's going to lose both these archers and then all the workers. Or actually, he's going to lose the range, which could be even bigger. It's good of Caspar to micro that to the back like that, but he's going to lose the range, and then he's going to lose the bowman, I think. Yeah, the bowman's going to fall. Dak needs to keep the pressure up, and he may be able to do this. And the spears that were guarding the hunt have moved back to help defend, but those units on the hunt, they're not actually gathering anymore. And Dak's forced Caspar to back off again. And he's going to go for the gold mine now. So this is really interesting, seeing Dak try and pick Caspar apart like this, because he's doing a pretty good job at it so far. He'll kill the infantry helping defend here, and then he's going to come in and try and kill all the workers, I think. He really does have the units to be able to do so. There's a range going up now, second range going up. Dak is actually starting to pull ahead in terms of score. There's not a lot Caspar actually has here to help defend against Dak in his main base. More units coming up now. The Ziggurat's really under pressure. I don't know why you'd try and focus this though, because I'd try and either go for the town centre or the houses. But it's also going to prevent an age 3. In the meantime, Dak is still continually producing workers behind all this. It's 27 to 27 in terms of the worker count. But Dak probably really should optimise his what he's focusing on. In saying that, he's kept 8 villages in there, doing absolutely nothing, so realistically, Caspar is sort of down on the worker count, because these workers aren't doing anything. But Dak needs to get his infantry out of here now, otherwise all these bowmen are really going to hurt them. If he kites this well, Caspar might be able to survive this. It might be a little bit too much, might be a little bit too late. He should have probably split them a little bit quicker. Only one of the bowmen manages to survive, and a whole bunch of infantry do get out. They're going to probably find this little spot. So Dak has put some good pressure on Caspar, but he does need to get those slingers up. We could do with getting his town centre out. Needs to transition perfectly here, but he's doing a good job. He's kept Caspar on the back foot. It's been a crazy game to cast. This is what I've wanted to watch. It reminds me of me. So you see 3 rangers coming down, along with the 2 racks, and an armory as well. All these workers, if those infantry were a little bit further back, those workers would have been picked off, I think. But this is not too bad either, because he's managing to sneak in here, get another couple of worker kills. Really deny this. Caspar isn't able to make use of a lot out of this town centre. The ranged units are forced to have to come back to help defend. The main town centre of Caspar's, again, seven workers garrisoned inside. So Caspar, he's ahead in villager count once again, but once again he's also had a lot of those workers tied up doing nothing, locked up inside the town centre. Dak taking his second town centre now, so this has been a nice back and forth so far. Caspar's only just managed to keep Dak out of his base. Really interesting game. Casper, she has the double archery range, no barracks at the moment, so really strange composition from him. Strange times indeed. If Dak can try and cram out an upgrade here, I think he might be able to push to win. If he can get the ranged defensive upgrade, I think that's probably what's going to fare him best, especially if he wants to try and push one of these town centers. He's got a nice big fighting force right now. Casper's hit the Silver Age. He wants to try and out-expand his opponent, but has he left himself too thin now? Because now he's only just getting his stables. Throwing down a bunch of houses at home too, just as his opponent rocks up, so this isn't going to be good for him. But here come the cavalry, actually, here come the ranged units. There's not really enough slingers to help try and whittle all this down, I don't think. Dak's going to have to try and pull everything to try and deal with this. He's doing a good job at interrupting all the houses as well. He's keeping Casper at bay here while he chips away at the town centre. He's managing to kill another worker. He's got the town centre under half health, under 3,000? Not quite. He's backing the infantry back. He's going to try and force a worker pull off this wood line. Try and snipe a couple of workers too. Does manage to get a couple of them, but then pull away. And that's not a good position for him to be taking that fight. Casper's gathering some more stone, wants to try and repair the town centre, I think, and try and throw down a third town centre, because if he can out-expand his opponent from here, he might be able to come back and win. There's some lancers in queue as well, so this is maybe Casper's attempt at trying to dig himself out of this hole. Jack taking another fight. Straight onto the army this time. He wants to try and kill everything first. Not make the same mistake he has the last couple times, and he just wants to wipe out all of Casper's defenders and then take the town centre. It seems to be working for him this time. But has he got enough here? Needs to send more units in. Town centre's still got about 2,000 health. But there's a big force of Dax here now, about to meet up. He's actually about 20 population ahead, and in terms of villager production, he's only behind by 3. So Dax doing an interesting job of this. Casper queuing up Lancer Champion, which is an interesting choice. Dak just massing up with Spearmen now too. There's going to be Lancers getting the Sacred Grove as well. And now Dak taking some more of Casper's villagers out. Doing a good job at applying the pressure. Might be able to take this town centre again. Casper getting the stables. Throwing down the third town centre, but is he going to have enough to defend? This is a large part of his army that is... I mean, large part of his economy that has to reshuffle to survive this. And if Dak focuses the workers rather than the town centre here, he can get a lot of kills. Dak with a bit of a misplay there. I think if he had to focus the workers, Dak would really have Casper on the back foot there. Get him down in terms of the worker count again. But he's having to back out again for some reason. Really probably should have just kept massing his forces up and then just overloaded his opponent then. Casper now is starting to finally get his economy underway. He's even taking cultivation. I think he's looking at throwing down a couple of gardens. Hasn't actually got any yet, so it's a bit strange to see the tech be researched before the the buildings. Now some clay walls being thrown down, a bunch of houses up the back of Casper's base. He wants these to be well protected. Get a bit out of the way. But Dak has a huge fighting force coming in now. He really wants his he really wants his first town centre. Getting every single house he can. Doesn't want to make the same mistake of being undersized in terms of army and just banking up his resources like he did just last time round. This is a nice big force. He's going to get a whole bunch of worker kills here. Casper again. Going to get sent back down to about 45, 40 workers. Again. Casper forced to scramble a lot of his workers back. Only really saving 2 of them. Back down to 42 workers to 50. So Dak's done a really good job of raiding him now. But he needs to try and pull the spears back to try and fight the lancers, get the range back, try and fight all of Casper's range. So here we go. It's going to be a good fight from him. He's really had Casper rattled this game so far. Let's see if he can go all the way. Well, the spears have all fallen though, so Casper is going to be able to repel this, I think. Dak has got Silver Age now, so he's going to be able to get cavalry of his own. Boy, Casper's economy has been slowed down yet again. More stables coming out from Dak. A bit of a watch post creeping here from Casper. He wants to make sure he's going to be safe around this side of the map. Dak's got a lot of gold gatherers, but no gold mines. Considering that he's age 3 Celt now, he probably would want to transition to the gold mines, save himself having to gather from so many workers on the gold. Get a couple more back on food. Keep pumping out a high unit count. Now, Casper's going to be able to put pressure on for the first time this game himself, so it's be interesting. So all these spears are going to run into the mixed range comp, while around the back here there's a whole bunch of lancers attacking the production facilities of Dax, so I don't know if Dak's going to be able to have enough to defend here now. He sort of overplayed his hand then, I think. The Druid is actually attacking all the ranged units now. Scout too. There's a lot of villages here under attack from Casper too, so Dak is starting to feel the sting that Casper has been feeling all game with the pressure on the economy. And the stables is copying it the same way Casper's first range copped it. So can Dak do it? Does he have enough to defend here? Or has Casper turn the tide once and for all? It's been an eventful game. You don't really see a lot of Turaxes, especially a Turax after a hunting dogs in an organised game. It's really, really rare to see something like that happen. And right now, GG, Dak calls it. But GG, Dak really came out fighting. Yeah, so in terms of villager population, Dak did a really, really good job of keeping up. In fact, was actually ahead for a little bit. Yeah, that was a phenomenal game from the pair of them. And guys, thank you for watching. I'll see you guys around, and yeah, thank you for another sick week of this. I'll have to get organising. Probably won't do any next week just because of the tournament finals next Saturday. But then the week after that, I'll, cast another 3 or 4. Cheers, guys.